Come, loved one, let's ride that silver train right down the Hudson. Have lunch in Midtown, it's summer in New York. Post-prandial, meander through the Met just like we used to. The odds are King Tut still summers in New York. We'll both review Fifth Avenue from uptown to St. Pat's. Indulge our vice, Italian ice, then walk through Central Park. It's summer in New York. Jazz club, where someone we know is gigging in New York.
Afrikaans.
and Afrikaans. Thank you very much. We're also thankful for the Education Office,
Cha. Mina ngumusiwa Mahlonoko. Okay. Angiqala ngokuthi sibonge ukuthi nifikile. Sisonke silana ukuzozwa nje ukuthi sikhala ngani ngoba I understand ukuthi niyayazi ukuthi isikhalo sethu yini. Now nginombuzo uyiwane la enginawo. Njengoba sikulenkinga esinayo, I believe the government is saying the death toll rate indaba ye cancer ngenxa yegwayi ikhuphuka kakhulu or iphezulu kakhulu. Into esikhuluma ngayo la ukufa, and now ukufa akusho khona ngokuthi sikugubhele sikufake ngaphakathi and then ufile. Now umbuzo enginayo ukuthi the cigarette making companies, uma ngiyibuka zonke, ngibuka le committee including the minister, I'm asking myself what is the difference between the two. Ngoba ikhampani lezi ezenza ugwayi sengathi vele yibo ababulali babulala abantu. And by the look of things, I'm looking at the committee, and now they are in the brink and planning to destroy and kill our children also. So ngiyazibuza ukuthi what apha amehluko between the two. Ngoba once bavala lama company laba kusho ukuthi nabo basibulele njengoba bona bathi sibulala abantu. So i-question yami ilapho ukuthi i-committee mayihlele phansi njengoba yona ibona lama companies abulala abantu, abacabanga ukuthi once bavala lama company lawo bangakanani abantu bazobabulala baze bagcine bafana nama companies lawo ayenza isigarette. Ngoba ngicanga ukuthi ngokuvala nje asikhulume nge-VAT ukusho kona ukuthi ubulele i-Heidelberg yonke. And we will be looking at our government, especially this health department. When I ever see it on a television, I would say they are the murderers, because by then our children will be suffering and bayogcina bayenze njani. Kusho khona ukuthi mayor uzosokola kakhulu ngoba manje sokhuliza igebengwa ezingana future ngoba sebabulewe ngokuthi abazali babo umsebenzi uphele. So mina na into engithi hambani nayo, uma nivala, consider yourselves the same thing that you see in all these cigarette making companies. So ngiyacela hambani ngayo. Ngiyabonga.
The name is Mr. Mahlonoko. Thank you for coming here. As you would know, we have grievances. You probably have received some of these. I have concerns that I can appreciate the government also has concerns about the cancer cases and the death of people and so on. But the biggest problem that I have, I want to know is, would there be a difference between these companies, cigarette making companies, and the government if the government decides to shut down these companies? Because if you shut down these companies, it means the people who are employed will not be in a position to raise their children. And in the long run, what you would do shutting down the company would be the same as the company itself producing cigarette. People are going to die either because of health reasons or because of hunger. For instance, if you shut down BAT, Heidelberg will suffer. And when I look at the health department, I'm looking at people who I would label as murderers. And the mayor would also have a problem because we are going to be raising children that are problematic, who don't have any support from parents who are working for these cigarette companies. So this is my concern as a resident of Heidelberg.
I'm a BAT employee. What I would like to tell you is that the tobacco control bill reads more like prohibiting manifesto than a piece of legislation. The proposed tobacco bill will kill small businesses and jobs, but will not stop us smokers to smoke. Bans don't work. Government should have learned this hard lesson during COVID-19. Tobacco ban, obviously, it didn't. The display ban would further entrench the illicit tobacco market. That bans lead to unintended consequences. In this case, ban will damage legal businesses while opening the floodgates for illicit trades. You are enforcing high employment rate in South Africa, which will be exacerbated by this bill. The formal traders will be forced to lose their businesses, also concerned to harsh penalties. The over-regulation of the tobacco industry will have negative on the national fiscus as the tax contribution of the industry will stop. Government should rather focus its energies on fighting illicit trade in tobacco products and defeating the scourge of drugs in society. This bill violates human rights, but I swear myself, I will not be robbed my rights by these tight restrictions. I will be continuing smoking. Thank you.
Engikubonayo ngalomthetho engikubonayo njengalomthetho sivivinywa ukuthi uma nje uyimanifesto ebopha izandla zabantu uzobulala umsebenzi njengoba sabona ngeCovid-19 ukuthi abantu ababulawa ugwayi COVID-19 ngesikhathi ugwayi ungakhiqizwa. Into eyinkinga enkulu ukuthi kukhona abathengisa ugwayi ngomgunyathi. Ngakho uma kuvalwa lezi nkampani ziyodala ukuthi kube nabantu abaningi abangasebenzi. Abahwebi abasemthethweni bazolahlekelwa imisebenzi yabo. Lokhu futhi kuzonciphisa imali engenayo esikhwameni sikahulumeni ngentela ekhokhwayo. Ngakho mina ngikukhuthaza ukuthi uhulumeni ukwenze ukuthi ulwe nokuthengiswa kwezidakamizwa ezingekho emthethweni kanye nabantu abathengisa ugwayi ngomgunyathi. Mina ngizoqhubeka ngibhema kungakhathaliseki ukuthi isimo siyini.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vusmuzi Rekenoskusana. I was born and raised in this town. Like many of us here, there is no single person who can say who's from this town for real. That there is no one in the family, either him personal or her personal, that is not connected to someone who's employed by that company. I was raised by a father who was employed by that company. I managed to go to school. I am employed by the very same company even now. I'm raising 4 kids of my own and 2 adopted daughters. My first child is in university. That company is contributing a lot to the education of that child. And this bill, to be honest, is nonsensical in a sense that you as government, you don't have resources to enforce it, to arrest each and every one that will be smoking wherever you meet a smoking person. It is just, I don't know if to call it a final nail in the coffin or a building block of finally closing that company. Because the intention is very clear, is to finally shut down that business. And if that happens, the owners of that business, the shareholders of that business, they will not suffer as us, the community members and people who are employed by that company. We are going to suffer more. And the agenda behind this bill is definitely not to prevent people from smoking, because that will happen, as it happened during COVID. And the same government failed
idiots who are doing what they're doing is doing themselves a favor. Our job is not what you think it is. I think you have the wrong understanding of what our role is, and that is making you go along a wrong path. We are here to listen to you make submissions on the bill. The more time you spend clapping hands and doing other things, it's not going to help you, because we're not here to make a decision because we sit here and we listen. We have processes which we follow, and we're obligated to follow those processes. And really, I'm going to put it as it is. I don't take very kindly, Mr. in the black t-shirt, for what you did. I don't take it, hang on, I don't take it kindly, and I will have you removed. Please remove him. Protection Services, take him out. Please remove that man. And let me tell you a very simple thing. If your intention is to disrupt this meeting, it's very easy for us. We have come, we would have seen, and we would have heard some, and if that's your intention, that's unfortunate for what you are doing today. So let us try and be procedurally correct, and let's be disciplined about what we do. It's entirely in your hands. Thank you. Next person.
Oh, sorry, I need to translate the previous.
You first of all finish.
Chair, with your permission, Chair, I didn't translate the previous speaker, should I? Go ahead. Okay. My name is Vusimuzis Kosana. I was born and raised here, and like everybody else who's around here, they should be from every family who's connected to BAT. I was raised by a father who worked for the company. I am raising 4 children and 2 adopted children through the work that I do in the company. One of my children is in university, sponsored by the company. So as far as I can see it, lendaba yo yellow gu mthetho sivivinywa imane nje iyimbudane ngoba aninayo indlela yokuthi nibophe bonke abantu ababhemayo abakhona. Ngicabanga ukuthi nifuna nje ukubethela nje isikhonkwane nivala inkampani esiza umphakathi. Lokhu kuzohlupha umphakathi ngoba kusobala ukuthi into enihlosile akukona nje ukuthi nivimba abantu bangabhemi, kodwa nifuna ukuthi kuvuleke amathuba ukuthi abantu bakhiqize ugwayi owumgunyathi. Aninandlela yokubavimba abantu, nifuna ukunqumela umphakathi, ngakho siyacela ukuthi ninqumele umphakathi, ningazinqumeli nina. Abanikazi bale nkampani noma ningayivala namhlanje ngeke bahlupheke ngoba sebenayo imali. Abantu abazohlupheka umphakathi. Lokhu kuzovula nethuba lokuthi abafuna ukuhweba ngomgunyathi benze kanjalo. Ngakho sicela ningawusebenzisi lo mthetho sivivinyo ngoba uzohluphekisa abantu abansundu. Uma uya erank manje uyobheka kunabantwana abaningi ababhema inyawupe, abasebenzisa inyawupe, basihlaba ngezinaliti ezithengiswa uhulumeni wenu. Akona akuyona inkinga le edalwe yinkampani ekhona. Ngakho ningachithi imali ngoba ngeke nikwazi ukusibopha sonke siwumphakathi. Ngakho yichitheni le ndaba yenu.
Proceed. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Jacobs, Chair of the committee. My name is Jerry Holzhausen. I am the Ward Councillor of Lesedi Ward 9, which this facility is in, so welcome to my ward this afternoon. I must note my dissent, first of all, with the fact that the committee showed disrespect to the community by arriving 75 minutes late. It's not intended to necessarily raise a clap, it's just an observation from my side. And maybe it's an observation that we can pull through to this intended act. This proposed bill, as it currently stands, is not accepted by the Lesedi caucus in totality from the DA side because it has draconian implications not only for this municipality, but also for the country as a whole. South Africa is supposed to be a free democratic society. If this bill intends to achieve that, it is not achieving that. It is too prescriptive. It intends to indicate to grown people what they should do and what not to do. What is going to be next? Are we going to be told what cars to drive or what drinks to drink? As it stands, it cannot be implemented because who's going to police it? The technicalities within this act talks about so many meters from an open space, you're not allowed to smoke or use an e-cigarette, etc. Who's going to police that? Do you intend people at a restaurant to run around with tapes and measure how far you are from an exit or an entrance to be able to smoke or not to smoke? It absolutely doesn't make sense, Chair. So the freedom that a free society, an open society in a democracy is supposed to have on a daily basis is going to be severely hampered by this act, should it pass. This community will obviously be severely affected by this. The largest single legal cigarette manufacturing facility in this country is housed in Heidelberg. It has been already severely hampered by the sale of the illicit trade of cigarettes, to the extent that, as the mayor has already indicated, three quarters of their monthly bill just on electricity has already been taken away from the city by way of an income, because they had to reduce because of the sale of illicit cigarettes. By imposing this bill, it wouldn't make that better. On the contrary, it would probably cause this factory to close with dire consequences for this community. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people in this community are suppliers to British American Tobacco. So it's not only the factory that will be affected, but thousands of households in this community will be severely affected. And as I speak just for this community, I obviously take into account the whole of the country and the effect that it might have on the rest of the country. Chair, this bill as it stands currently, and as I've read it, as I've said before, is an attempt to police and control free people. And this is surely not what it should be intended to achieve. I fully understand and accept that the bill that was written in 1983 needs to be revisited because there are obviously gaps that need to be filled. But then we only need to amend the current legislation, not introduce a totally new bill. Thank you, Chair.
umhlangano uqale sekudlula ama-minute awu-75 ngemva kwesikhathi ebesibekiwe. Angihlosele ukuthi ngishayele izandla ngalokhu kodwa ngimane ngiyaveza. Into ehlongozwe yi-Lesedi Caucus ku-DA ukuthi kungamkeleki lokhu okuhlongozwayo ngoba kuzoba nomthelela omkhulu kumasipala kanye neNingizimu Afrika iyonke. Izwe lakithi izwe elibusa ngentando yeningi. Lokhu ngeke kuze kufinyelelwe yilomthetho sivivinywa ngoba uhloselwe ukuthi ulawule lokho abantu abakwenzayo. Yini ozokwenzeka kusasa nizositshela ukuthi sishayele ziphi imoto noma siphuze ziphi iphuzo siyazibuza. Lomthetho awunandlela ukuthi usebenziseke ngoba abekho abantu abazoqapha babe amaphoyisa okugada ukuthi benzani. Nizokwenza njani? Nizobeka ama-tape ukuthi banga phakathi kwabantu libe ngakanani e-restaurant nizotshela abantu nifike nikala ukuthi ibanga okufanele phakathi kwabo lifanele ngakanani ukuze babheme. Lokho akuhambisani nenkululeko. Inkululeko yombuso wentando yeningi iyaphazamiseka ngalendlela ngoba le nkampani esinayo la eHeidelberg iyona nkampani enkulu kunazo zonke esemthethweni ekhiqiza ugwayi kuleli. Imali elahlekelwe idolobha elahlekelwe yiyo njengoba umphathi idolobha beseshilo imali eningi kakhulu. Lokhu ngeke kusithuthukise isimo saleli dolobha. Kunalokho uma kuvalwa le factory kagwayi lokhu kuzophazamisa izinkulungwane zemindeni ekhona futhi kuzophazamisa nezwe lilonke. Lo mthetho sivivinyo uhlosela ukuthi ulawula abantu. Ngiyavuma ukuthi kukhona kufanele kwenziwe ngoba umthetho oqala washaywa kule ndaba umthetho ohlehlele emuva ku-1983 okufanele uchitshiyelwe hayi ukuthi sivele nemithetho emisha engasebenzi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Marvel Tungwani from the South African Tobacco Free Youth Forum. And I would like to start by saying that I support the bill. And I want to dispel the lie and the notion that says that the bill is to stop people from smoking, the bill is to stop people's rights. In fact, the bill is to protect people's rights. People have a right to breathe fresh air. It can't be that when I'm at a taxi rank, I must be smoking just because someone else is smoking. It can't be that when I'm at school or anywhere else in the public, when people are smoking, I must also smoke. In fact, this bill is to ensure that people don't smoke just anywhere, especially public spaces, especially people who just decide to smoke anywhere. People just smoke, you move around, they don't care whether you have a lung problem or cancer or any terminal illness that can affect you. So I support the bill because of that. And I also want to state that I support this because what the government is trying to do is to ensure that they control, and they are not stopping the sale of cigarettes or tobacco or anything. It's just to ensure that there's control in the sale of these cigarettes. And I also want to dispel the notion that people will lose jobs, because I can tell you now, somewhere in KZN, I've heard of a story of somebody who started smoking cigarettes at an early age because the way they were packaged, the way they were sold, it did not indicate that this thing is very dangerous to your health. And I think this bill will indicate to young people who don't know what is a cigarette, that if you smoke this is dangerous to your health, this will assist you. So I'm saying, Chairperson, if I may be protected, Chairperson, if I may be protected, Chairperson, if I may be protected to proceed, I must say that to conclude, Chairperson.
Sanibonani. Angithi usihlalo uchile ukuthi sizomemela nonke iviews zenu. Whether you are supporting or not supporting, we are here to note everything that you are saying. And he requested that We must not howl because also we are recording. Everyone is going to get an opportunity to speak, but if you are doing like that, we'll be forced to leave, not to hear your views. So I'm begging you that let's listen to you, what you are saying to us as members of parliament. That will be my plea to you, residents of Heidelberg, please.
Usithando besecelile ekuqaleni ukuthi silalelane singabambi isinto sivalane ukuthi singezwani. Ngakho bengicela ukuthi silalelane ngoba wonke umuntu uzothola ithuba lokuthi akhulume. Kungenjalo sizogcina sihambela singezwanga izimvo zenu. Ngiyacela abantu baseHeidelberg.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the protection. Let me conclude. I would like to reiterate again that I do support the bill, and I think by exercising this bill, by ensuring that this bill is passed by Parliament, it will ensure that government is able to save at least 42 billion that it spends on servicing sick people who are sick from cigarettes. There are people who have mental illness. People smoke cigarettes, they get mad, and then government has to take care of them. So,
Thank you, your
Chairperson-
time is up. Thank you very much. We heard you, your time is up. Can we listen to the next speaker? Can you allow the next speaker to speak?
Futhi ngifuna ukuchitha amanga ashiwo abantu ukuthi uzovimba abantu ukuthi bangabhemi cha kodwa kunalokho inhloso ukuthi uvikele impilo yabantu ngoba wonke umuntu kufanele akwazi ukuthola umoya ohlanzekile aphefumule umoya ohlanzekile manje uma use-taxi rank abantu bavele babheme noma yikuphi akunandaba ukuthi uyagula mhlawumbe unesifo samaphaphu abantu babhema noma yikuphi abakukhathaleli lokho okwenziwa abanye abantu abaseceleni babo. Okunye futhi okungelona iqiniso ukuthi abantu bazolahlekelwa umsebenzi cha akunjalo. Lokhu ngeke kuvale ukuthengiswa kukagwayi kodwa kuzomane nje kwenza ukuthi kube nendlela yokulawula isimo. Ngikhumbula indaba ethile yase KZN engayizwa ngomuntu owaqala ukubhema esemncane ngoba wayengalazi iphakethe likagwayi ukuthi linjani engazange atshela ukuthi yini eyenziwa ugwayi kungenasixwayiso sokuthi ugwayi uyingozi. Ngakho ngiyaweseka lo mthetho osivivinywa futhi ngithemba ukuthi uma uphasisiwe uzosiza ukuthi uhulumeni onge imali engaba 42 billion wamarandi esetshenziswa njengamanje ukuthi inakekele abantu abagulayo emzimbeni kanye nasengqondweni ngenxa yokusebenzisa ezinye zalezi zinto. Ngiyabonga.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jabu Shabalala. I'm the resident of Ward 10 here in Heidelberg. And I'm an employee of a tobacco company that is operating here. I'm totally opposed to this bill with these reasons. It has a potential to cause further poverty in communities plagued by joblessness already, and will escalate unnecessary social issues. Number two, it will result in illicit tobacco products easily growing exponentially and result in tax evasion. Number three, a reduction in economy in the affected municipalities and increase in crime. Four, police forces already are stretched, and they will be forced to actually police what is not priority crime. There's GBV to be attended to and other crimes. Number five, large-scale retrenchments are actually looming if you go ahead with this bill. Number six, I believe too much power is actually vested in the Honorable Minister of Health. The reason is, he seems to have a personal grudge towards the legitimate, tax-obedient tobacco industry. Number seven, and in closing, with regards to the proposed plain packaging, It will definitely result in corruption since illicit manufacturers will easily flood the market with the products. Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Igama lami uJabu Shabalala ngiyisakhamuzi sakhona lapha eHeidelberg. Okokuqala nje ngifuna ukusho ukuthi pardon me, Chair. I'm trying to cope with the heat. Ngiyamelana nalomthetho sivivinywa ngoba ungase udale inkinga yobupha ukumelana yes uphikisa ngesizulu
Bahlali, bajuli, ngiyanicela, ngiyazithoba phambi kwenu, ngicela ukuthi nisipheni indlebe. Asimva u-interpreter, kunabantu abangakhoni ukuva ngithi ezinye language. So besicela ukuthi ningahawulini. Sikhulumisane ngendlela right. Ngiyacela, ngiyazicelela.
Ngiyawuphikisa lomthetho sivivinywa ngoba ungase ube nethuba lokuthi wandise ukuhlupheka kwabantu nokuswelakala kwemisebenzi endaweni yakithi. Njengamanje ungase uvule indlela yokuthi abantu bahwebe ngogwayi ongumgunyathi babe nethuba futhi lokuthi babalekele ukukhokha intela ngoba kungekho okugadiwe. Lokhu kuzonciphisa umnotho futhi kuzodala enye inkinga ngoba amaphoyisa kakade manje asenkingeni azosithola esegada izinto ezingenamsebenzi njengokubhema kanti kunezinkinga ezinkulu njengodlame emakhaya nokunye njalo njalo kufanele kubhekwe. Abantu bazodilizwa emsebenzini bese kuba nezinkinga. Ngicabanga ukuthi ungqongqoshe wezempilo unamandla amakhulu kakhulu angawasebenzisi ngendlela efanele. Kubonakala sengathi unenkinga nezinkampani zogwayi ezisebenza ngendlela esemthethweni ezikhokha nentela. Indaba yokuthi amaphakethe kagwayi abe plain angabi nalutho lokhu kuzodala ukuthi kube nenkinga yabantu abenza ugwayi ngokungemthetho abazokuthola kunzima kulula ukuthi basebenzise lezo ikhala ezikhona zokuthi izinto aziphawuliwe ngendlela efanele. Ngiyabonga.
Good afternoon. My name is Tsepos Busiso Mazibuko, President of Lesedi Black. My name is Tsepos Busiso Mazibuko, President of Lesedi Black Business Forum. We come today representing a membership of 66 businesses. One of our primary objectives as a forum is to protect the economy by making sure that jobs that we have in our area remain in our area and to also create an environment that is conducive for new business to come in and invest. Lesedi is currently sitting at between 62 to 63 unemployment, and majority of those people are young people. We say categorically we disagree with the bill in its current form. We would like the bill to go back to NETLEC so that relevant stakeholders can be able to engage on this bill. There are some elements in the bill that speaks the truth, but there are some elements in the bill that will cause more harm than good. The Deputy Minister has promised to table the bill at NETLEC, but that promise has not been kept. We are here to remind the Minister that he has made a promise to bring back the bill to NETLEC so that all relevant stakeholders and all organizations that have interest can sit around the table and discuss this bill. Because in its current form, it's not going to assist. That is a position that we have as Lesedi Black Business Forum. The second position that we have is, has the government taken the opportunity to do an impact assessment to see if this bill is implemented, will it really benefit the communities at large or not? That impact study has not been done. I'm not sure what is this rush exercise that has been happening, that's been done by government, especially the Department of Health. Such a bill cannot be rushed. Let it be taken back to NETLEC so that we can have a platform to engage. And this is a friendly warning, because most of the members are sitting on that table are from the ANC. The elections are coming next year. And if we continue losing jobs, watch the space. You will not be in power next year. So the deployee and the mayor, please take this matter up. Take this matter up and take it very seriously. Take this matter up and take it up very, very seriously. Because if this one-horse town collapses, next year's elections, take it from me, you will not emerge. I rest.
Sibusiso Mazibuko, umengameli welisedi Black Business Forum. Ngaphansi kwethu sinama business awu 66 angamalungu ethu. Inhloso yethu enkulu ukuvikela umnotho. Sikhuthaze futhi nokuthi kwakheke amabhizinisi amasha endaweni yakithi. Kuleli dolobha esikulo njengamanje lapha kunabantu abangasebenzi cishe abawu 62 noma 63% iningi labo okuyintsha. Ngakho angivumelani nalomthetho sivivinyo. Bengicela ukuthi iNetLeg mhlawumbe ibuyele emuva futhi iyoxoxa ngalezi zindaba ngoba ezinye izingxenye zalomthetho sivivinywa zibonakala zizinhle kodwa ezinye ziyinkinga zizosidalela inkinga enkulu. Iphini lika mongameli lika ngqongqoshe uxolo lalithembisile ukuthi lizoya kuNetLeg bese kubizwa bonke abamabiqhaza abanendaba nalokhu ukuthi kuzoboniswana xoxwe ukuze kufinyelelwe iphetho ezifanele namanje akenzeki. Okwesibili ngiyazibuza ukuthi njengohulumeni ingabe seniuhlazile yini umthelela lokhu okuzoba nawo emphakathini ukuthi umphakathi uzothinteka kanjani. Kuyangikhathaza kakhulu ukuthi kuyasheshwa nje yonke into okufanele yenziwe ngokusheshsha ikakhulukazi umnyango wezempilo. Ngakho ngiyanixwayisa ikakhulukazi kulabo abangaphambili ehlalweni abangamalungu kaKhongolose ukuthi ngonyaka ozayo ukhetho ningase ningabuyi niphathe futhi. Ngakho sicela nithathe njengendaba enohlonze le nithi kuyibhekisisa ibuyele kuNetLeg ukuze ixoxwe kahle. Ngiyabonga.
Sanbonani Kamalamu Nkosinatswane osebenza eBritish American Tobacco. Ngimelana ukuzoqela nama lunga weParliament ukuthi ngicela iTobacco bill istophe. Ngishiswa yini lokho namaponta awu4 engizowa raise. 1 iTobacco bill izohola icompany kwiBritish American Tobacco ukuthi igcine ivalile because kumanje iluze imarket njengoba ashile upremier. 2 ichini ngabantu abadayisa ugwaye emgwaqeni. Ichini ngabantu abadayisa ugwaye ema-taxi rank. Kunabantu njengoba sila abakhona ukubeka isinkwa etafuleni ngokudayisa ugwaye. Kunabantu inanana eliningi iBT labantu abangaluza umsebenzi akubona kuphela abazosafara banemindeni abayondlayo. Siyapi ngalapho. 2 kune ichini ngeeconomy eSouth Africa sinayo. Ikangakanani ina abantu abangasebenzi. Sicela uhulumeni akunake nalokho. Sicela uhulumeni akubheke nalokho. Kumanje sinama crisis abantu abaningi abangasebenzi. So makuzo implementwa iTobacco bill it's meaning iBritish American Tobacco kumele ivale because kumanje iproducer ugwaye omncane. Kunama illiterate traders adayisa ugwaye omgqinyathu. Sicela babhekana nalokho. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Zwane. I'm an employee of BAT. My request is that please stop the bill because I have a few reasons for this. This will lead to the closure of BAT, and as the chair has already alluded to, the mayor alluded to, BAT has lost market, a lot of ground because of the situations that we faced in the past. We also have street vendors and people who sell at the taxi rank. They depend on selling cigarettes in order to put bread on the table for their families. And this will not only affect people at BAT, but it will affect the community at large. As we speak right now, the economy in South Africa is in a bad condition because a lot of people are not employed. And so the bill will lead to the closure of BAT, which will create more problems. Thank you.
Ubheki wakamhlanga ngiqhamuka eObed under iLPPF. So point lami lilodwa kuphela. It's about ingane ezifunda la eCDBN College iTVET. So uma sibuka ukhona imishini lengane lezi zayisebenzisa leyo machine were being contributed by EBAT. Uma sibheka futhi again government uthi la eSouth Africa we have a scarcity of engineers which is ama-artisan ke ngokuhluka. So uma ubuka le machine leyo eyanikelwa lapho let's say mhlambe inikelwe ngo-2010 then it happens ukuthi mhlambe 2025 njengoba siphila emhlabeni la the world is digital and the world is it is escalating as well. So imachine le enikelwe lapha singasho ukuthi sokumachine endlelwe isikhathi abafundi laba baze enrolla 2025 ngeke babe esimeni sokuthi bakhona ukuyocomputer namanye amazwe wase-China because imachine le lapha imachine sendlelwe isikhathi. So again kube nalabo mama laba abadayisayo futhi again and we understand ukuthi they pay municipal bills ngale mali le abadayisa ngathi isikiliti. So ukuvala le company le ukuletha nje inhlupheko emphakathini. Wherefore I say ukuthi down ngale bill le down. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Bheki Mhlanga. I just have one point with regard to the kids who are in college, the TVET college. They use equipment and machinery that was contributed by BAT. As we know, South Africa has a scarcity of engineers and artisans. Now, if you look at these machines and the equipment that was contributed by BAT, say from 2010, by 2025, these would be outdated because our world is moving towards the digital platform in manufacturing and so on. So will these kids be able to compete with other countries like China? Because no one will be able to contribute any further if these companies are shut down. We also have sellers who pay rates and other necessities using the money that they get from the sale of cigarette. If we shut down these people because of this bill, this will mean a suffering for them. So I'm saying down with this bill, down with this bill.
Thank you very much. We are done on the left. We're going over to the right. 3 in the front, 3 and 3 and 3. All right, so I'll take the lady on my far right. Take the gentleman on my... You can come forward. I'll take the gentleman in the yellow shirt. You can also come with a hat on. We're going to the back. 1, towards the middle, right at the back, and then the one with the white cap. People, when I don't indicate you, you mustn't just walk forward. If I don't indicate you, don't just walk forward. I will ask for you to go back to your seat. All right, when you're ready, we proceed.
I can go ahead. Thank you very much, the Chair, Your Worship, the Mayor, hosting us today. My name is Johnny Moloto. I work for BAT. I do not support this bill, so let me be clear right at the word go. Heidelberg is our home and has been so for the longest time. Since 1976, this has been our home. We love this place. We love this community. And we will do everything in our power to make sure that we remain viable to continue to support livelihoods in this community. This is our town. This is our home. We have a proud history in South Africa and an important one in this part of the world. We started this factory in 1976 as a community upliftment project. At that time, Heidelberg had very limited economic opportunities and prospects. Establishing our factory here marked a significant turn in the town's fortunes. We have, if I may say, and be bold to say so, in many ways contributed to the building of this town around our factory. It's not an exaggeration to say that BAT is the lifeblood of this community, and the community of Heidelberg is the lifeblood of BAT. We are all interdependent and mutually reinforcing in making sure the livelihoods of this community are supported. We closed our factory in Paarl in 2008 to consolidate our efforts around Heidelberg because we recognize the importance of contributing to the economic prospects of this area here. This factory is our pride and joy, and since then has represented BAT's main manufacturing hub in South Africa. At its height, this factory exported to 27 countries. Today, it's a shadow of its former self. We only export to 8 countries, and that is largely to bad laws and bad decision-making and poor enforcement. And this bill today seeks to continue in that trend of bad legislation and poor enforcement by a government that doesn't seem to care. This reduction I've just mentioned isn't just a business concern for BAT, but it directly impacts and reflects on the entire Lesedi community. Our workforce, once over 1,000 strong, is now 273. We used to have 2,000 contractors in this factory. We're currently sitting at 700 of these. So our town and our factory has already felt the impact of downtrading to cheap illicit cigarettes, which was the government doing, even though they were cautioned not to do that. No economy has ever prohibited the sale of any product and succeeded in doing so, as the Americans with prohibition. The saddest part of all of this is that South Africa's smoking rates have not declined at all. If anything, the opposite is true. They continue to increase. And this is largely due to the availability of very cheap, unregulated, and not tax-paying cigarettes. So therefore, seeing our volumes decline should not be a celebration for all those do-gooders who are nannies who want to police every effort by grown-ups. In fact, it's just a win for gangsters who have run this economy and this country with impunity without any enforcement. Over the last decade, our factory's output has contracted by more than 60%, while smoking incidents in South Africa has increased. The damage being done by illicit trade and cigarette dealers who sell cheap illicits without paying their required taxes is public enemy number one and should be considered by all law-abiding citizens. Properly enforcing existing laws should be the start for the government and could do far more for public health than implementing more and draconian regulations. Because the Department of Health did not consider the impact the bill would have on the community like Lesedi, BAT commissioned our own study where we actually assessed the full economic impact of this bill. And I leave you with these few thoughts that come out of that. And this is not a thumbsuck of some vague figure about how much we impact the health of people negatively. I can tell you how much the bill impacts the communities negatively. Our factory directly and indirectly supports more than 3,800 jobs in Lesedi alone and more than 31,000 jobs across the value chain in South Africa. Our factory contributed more than 42 million to the Lesedi municipality in 2022 alone. This number is likely to decline because of our declining share of the market due to illicit trade. So, Mr. Mayor, you have a big problem on your hands. 45% of these companies that supply goods and services in Lesedi are small and medium enterprises, which is meant to be the backbone of our economy, yet we are letting it all go to the hands of criminals. The future of Heidelberg is not just a corporate concern, but a critical community issue. The livelihood of thousands the economic of the health of Lesedi, as well as the preservation of this town spirit must be considered when you consider this bill. There are solutions, actually, if you think about it, that will balance the very important health concerns that the government may help. But these need to be practical, economically viable, and solutions that actually are subjected to proper evidence-based research.
Please conclude now, we must
I
still
am
have the
concluding.
translation.
I am concluding. These solutions, Mr. Chair, are only available to those who want to see them. And if your eyes are blind to that, we will continue on this downward spiral. It is not a stretch in conclusion to say that this factory is the heart of Heidelberg. As MPs who do actually have the power, it is important that you play an important role to keep the Heidelberg's heart beating strong. I thank you.
Ngiyabonga ngaleli thuba mina igama lami uJohnny Mulepo ngisebenza eBAT. Ngiqala ngokuthi mina angivumelani nalomthetho angiwuseki. iHeidelberg ikhaya lami soloko ngo1976 siyawuthanda ke lo mphakathi wethu la ekhaya. Kanti sizwenza konke okusamandleni wethu ukuthi sivikele lokho uhulumeni afuna ukucekela phansi. Sayaqala le factory ngo1976 ukuze iphonse esivivaneni kanye nokufukula umphakathi wethu nokuthi noma le nkampani le isoloko yasungulwa iye yaphonsa esivivaneni ekwakhiweni kwalomphakathi. Ngakho ke iBAT yona ke ibaluleke kakhulu kumphakathi wala ekhaya eHeidelberg. Ingakho ke siye sathatha isinqumo njengenkampani yeBAT ukuthi sivale inkampani yethu ePaarl ukuthi sizoandisa inkampani yethu la eHeidelberg ukuze ke kube khona imikhiqizo eyandile. Kanti ke ngaleso sikhathi ke besikwazi ukuthi sihwebelane namazwe angaphandle amazwe angama27 kodwa okwamanje kuye kwehla lokho ke sesihweba namazwe ayishagalombili kuphela. Ukusho ukuthi lokho konke lokho kubangelwe yimithetho emibi eyenzwa uhulumeni nezindlela azisebenzisayo ukuphoqelela lemithetho. Ngoba ke lo hulumeni yena uhulumeni onganekekeli abantu onganandaba nje nabantu. Ithi ke ngisho nje ngicaphunela ukuthi kukhona ke abantu abangaphezulu kwabayinkulungwane abahlomula kule nkampani. Kanti futhi ke kukhona no somabhizinisi abancane cishe 273 abahlomula kule nkampani. Kusobala nje ukuthi ke azange kwenziwe umthelela wemiphumela yokusetshenziswa kwalomthetho. Kanti ke lokho kuzoyenza ukuthi kuvule amathuba ukuthi ke kuthengiswe logwayi olushibhile lomgunyathi. Futhi mase sibukisisa kahle ukubhema azange kwehla noma izinga lokubhema azange lwehla kodwa ke kukhuphukile. Izinga lokubhema kuye kwakhuphuka ngendaba yokuthi ke nangu uhulumeni yena sozenza amaphoyisa abantu abadala afuna ukubatshela ukuthi benzeni bangenzini. Kanti okunye futhi ukuthi mase sibheka ukuthi noma ke labantu ababhemayo bakhuphuke ngo60%. Lokhu kwenza ukuthi kukhuphuke izinga lokuthengiswa kwaleli gwayi lomgunyathi ize njengoba ke kukhuphuke izinga labantu ababhemayo. Lokhu kungendaba yalemthetho ekhona ecindezela leso simo. Singazi ukuthi umnyango wezempilo kazwelonke wona awuzange wenze yini loyo mthelela. Kodwa njengoba bangawenzanga thina siyinkampani siBAT silenzile ucwaningo. Kanti ke ithi ngicaphune kancanyana nje nazi izibalo la ukuthi kukhona noma sakhe amathuba wemisebenzi ango 3800 la kumnotho wethu. Kanti futhi kukhona abantu abahlomulayo abangu 31000 iningizimu Afrika yonkana. Njengoba umeya naye sekashilo ukuthi besithola imali engango 42 million ngo 2022. kodwa ke sekwehlile lokho ngendaba yani ngendaba yokuthi ke naku ke sokuvunyelwe ukuthi kuthengiswe legwayi lomgunyathi. Manje bengithanda ukuthi sibukisise lezo zibalobalo sibhekelele ikusasa lethu ngoba kubaluleke kakhulu. Yingakho ke thina sizakhamuzi ukuthi kufanele ukuthi silondoloze umnotho wethu, sibhekelele nezinto ukuthi singakwazi ukuthi sihlomule kuzo la kuleli dolobha lethu. Manje mina engikushoyo ukuthi le nkampani le factory yona ibaluleke kakhulu kumphakathi wase Heidelberg. Yingakho ke thina siuphikisa lo mthetho sithi ngcono ke niyenza amanye amachinga nihlukane nayo inkampani. Ngiyabonga.
Sanbonan, my name is Sweetness Faniso. I'm from Sweetness Faniso. I'm from Gauteng. Now, what I was going to say, I just disagree with this bill because why? I'm a street vendor, single mom. I'm raising 3 children. And all of my children, they have been raised through Imali street vendor, through those cigarettes that I'm selling. From creche, high schools and primary and college, because sometimes even the NSFAS, we don't get it. They'd never get even the NSFAS. So ngibona ngathi government ingathi sesicinezela kakhulu and it's too much yale mithetho yakhe. From COVID, we are still trying to recover. It's always pressure after another pressure. So to this bill, yes, cigarette, now I'm saying no, I disagree. Ayikho imisebenzi, makasiniki imisebenzi because nezi project hazezayo sweeping and chasing criminals on the street. It's only 6 months and then it's finished. So how are we going to survive? Now I'm saying no, ndithi hayi, andivumi yonke lento le.
Faniso, I am from Gauteng. I disagree with this bill, and the reason being that I'm a street vendor, I'm a single mom, I have 3 children, and I have been trading on the streets for many years, and I'm using this money to raise my children. They've gone through crash and the primary education as well as tertiary education. With this money which I make trading on the street selling cigarette. And now this government does not, or our children rather, do not access the bursaries from NEFSAS, and this government is simply oppressing us because we are doing what we can to improve our situation. Hence, I am saying that I do not agree with this bill. Because it takes away our livelihoods. There are no job opportunities in our country, as you all well know, and now the government is imposing these strict regulations. And when they make efforts to try and create job opportunities, these EPWP programs, it's only for 6 months, and thereafter we are back on the streets again. I am saying I do not support this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and the honorable members. My name is Tyson Spanda from Business Unity South Africa. So we are a representative of about 90% of South African private sector. So as a business representatives, we do not support this bill. The reason being is the bill will result in some unintended consequences such as job losses, and again, it's so ironical because the industry hasn't recovered well from COVID-19, and the Department of Health was on the forefront of banning the operations of the industry. So as we stand, we are saying there needs to be work that needs to be done to ensure that there won't be any implications to the entire tobacco value chain. So as BUSA, we actually advocate, we advocate for a balanced and evidence-based tobacco product regulations that aligns us with the public health objectives while safeguarding the competitiveness and legal rights of tobacco value chain, as well as preserving the livelihood of our people. So as a resident of Heidelberg as well, I find it very difficult to support this bill because everyone almost we seated here is going to be affected should this bill go ahead. So what we are proposing as Busa, I am also glad that Comrade Stumo is here who understand NEDLEC. What we recommend as Busa is there was never a NEDLEC consultation process. I think the committee has to be aware of that. The Department of Health never consulted NEDLEC, so there was no consultation. So what we urge the committee is to refer the bill back to NEDLEC for further engagements. And these engagements are going to yield positive results because all the 4 social partners are there, which is labor, community, government, and business. They will be able to come up with the solutions that will be fit for purpose for this, for the bill that will be engaged on. We also urge Parliament to adhere to NEDLEC principles for inclusive consultation in the drafting of the bill. And we also urge the Parliament to refer the Department of Health to redo a socio-economic impact assessment, because the one that was done in 2019, it is now invalid, or it has been it is old and it does not apply to the issues that we find ourselves in as the economy, because it did not take the impact of COVID into account. It did not take the impact of the lockdown regulations into account. And we also want to see a process that enables active participation of the value chain in the regulatory development. And also we want to see we want to conduct a comprehensive review of the bill that incorporates feedback from social partners, including seeing NEDLEC reports. So as Busa, we say we do not support this bill. We want it at NEDLEC so that we can shape the policy properly. And I hope that our comrade Stumo there, that is a former representative of COSATU, will be able to speak to the portfolio committee about the importance of the NEDLEC process. Thank you.
Ina igama lami uTyson Sibanda, ngibuya kubusa mihle uma lo mthetho sivivinywa usetshenziswa ofana nokulahlekelwa imisebenzi. Kanti futhi ngiyacabanga ukuthi umnyango wezempilo wona azange ubukisise kahle isimo ngendlela singayo. Ingakho ke ngicabanga ukuthi bekufanele ukuthi benze ucwaningo, babhekelele ukuthi umthelela uzoba yini kulokhu ukuya ngalo mthetho sivivinywa. Futhi ke kuzoba nzima kakhulu ke mina ke njengomuntu ohlala la kuleli dolopho ukuthi ke ngisekele lo mthetho, ngoba lo mthetho uzogcindezela bonke labantu abahlala la okuyizakhamuzi zala eHeidelberg. Okunye futhi ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinywa wona azange umikiswa lapha ku-NEDLEC, ngoba ke ukuya ngenqubo bokufanele ukuthi uye lapha ku-NEDLEC, ngoba i-NEDLEC kukhona ke uhulumeni, kukhona labo ke abamele ezinye ke izinhlangano zabasebenzi, bese kuba khona abamele izinhlangano zomphakathi. Yiyo inqubo okufanele ukuthi ke kusetshenzwe ngayo ukuze kubhekelelwe umnotho noma ke umthelela wezomnotho. Kodwa ngiyacabanga ukuthi lokho azange kwenziwe. No Comrade Stumo ukhona la, uyazi ukuthi inqubo lapha eNEDLEC isebenza kanjani. Ingakho ke ngicela ukuthi aneluleke ukuthi lo mthetho kufanele ukuthi ubuyele lapha kwaNEDLEC ukuze ke kuyobukisiswa kahle, ukuze sibhekelele umthelela engaba khona. Siyathemba ke ukuthi ngendlela sisho ngayo thina bebusa ukuthi thina asivumelane nalomthetho, besizicelela ke ku Comrade Stumo ukuthi aleluleke le parliament.
Good afternoon. My name is Khosi Letlape. I'm a forcefully retired ophthalmologist. I'm president of the Africa Harm Reduction Alliance. I oppose this bill for 3 reasons. The first reason is that the bill does not differentiate between combustible cigarettes and alternative nicotine products. And as a medical professional, being part of the profession that has recommended nicotine replacement therapy to patients for the last 20, 30 years, when a bill now declares nicotine a poison and a toxicant, it puts our ethics as a profession in jeopardy. That we've been lying and continue to lie to our patients on the differentiation between combustion and non-combustion. Secondly, the bill does not see people who smoke. It does not see them as human beings. It does not see them as people that need attention. There's nowhere in the bill where it addresses 12 million adults who smoke in South Africa as to where they can smoke. What comes out is something of biblical proportions that talks only about where they can't, but there's no safe space for them. The third issue is that when you speak to most smokers, most want to quit. And as we've heard from some of the people out here, those that smoke say they will continue smoking. Now, as a medical professional, we see a lot of people that are engaged in harmful behaviors. Our duty is to help them with those, not to judge them. Whether it's people that are alcoholics, whether it's people that engage in unsafe sexual practices, whether it's people that have non-communicable diseases in terms of being severely obese, we embrace them, we educate them. This bill leaves no space for educating of people that are addicted to nicotine. There's a potential that when I do harm reduction advocacy in terms of this bill, I either need to seek permission from the minister, like I needed to seek permission to become a doctor in the apartheid state, like I have no capacity to do the right thing. And if the minister so chooses, and I advocate to educate people so that they can make informed choices, I can be jailed for that. I cannot, in all conscience, support a bill that criminalizes an addiction. My father went to sleep, never woke up. He was a smoker. My dependents smoke. I don't want my home to be a crime scene. I don't want my family to be divided where we fight. What we expect from our parliament and from our ministry is to be able to assist those that are addicted to make proper choices. But what is necessary is the availability of alternatives that are less harmful to people who choose or can't quit. We cannot condone and support 30 to 40,000 deaths per annum and not raise a hand to how we can avert those deaths. They may smoke, but they are human and they need to be treated as such. And we need a bill that would recognize that the environment of today is different from the environment of 20 years ago, when besides snus, there were no other alternatives to combustible cigarettes. What we need is a framework that differentiates between combustion and non-combustion and comes up with proper regulations to regulate both. I'm as concerned as everybody else about vaping amongst kids, rich kids, but I'm also concerned about the things that make illicit cigarettes readily available and cheaply to kids that are poverty-stricken. The people who are vulnerable have the highest rates of smoking. People with mental illness, people, sex workers, vulnerable communities, people that are in poverty. We need to embrace them as citizens. We have a constitutional framework that enjoins us to treat people who smoke as human too. And I'd like to support a bill that takes technology into account, that understands that unemployment and poverty are more lethal to society than smoking.
Mina igama lami udokotela Khosile Hlape, ithi ngiqale nje ngokusho ukuthi mina ngiyaphikisana nalomthetho sivivinywa ngoba uma sesiyibhekisisa kahle ngithola ukuthi angivumelani nendaba yokuthi ke kuhlukaniswe ugwayi kanye nalezo zisetshenziswa kukhulunywa ngazo kulomthetho sivivinywa. Mina ke njengodokotela angiboni ukuthi ke kuba khona umehluko kunokusetshenziswa kwalezo zinto ngoba okusala ukuthi zinobuthi manje okunye futhi ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinywa ukubonakala ngathi wona awuthathi abantu ababhemayo njengabantu ngoba akukhulunywa lutho ngabo. Kuyakhulunywa ke ngezinye ke izinyathelo ezizothathwa kulo mthetho sivivinywa kodwa labo ababhemayo akukhulunywa lutho ngabo ukuthi ke bona ngathi azange banakwe uma kwenziwa lo mthetho ukuthi njengoba sokukhulunywa ngokuthi bangabhemi ezindaweni ezithile akukhulunywa ukuthi ke ukuthi kufanele ukuthi babhemele kuphi. Mina ke njengodokotela unembeza wami awungivumeli nje ukuthi ngiuseke lo mthetho osivivinywa ngoba umuntu uma anenkinga udinga usizo hayi ukuthi thina ke sivele simlaqaze nje njalo ngoba anayo leyo nkinga ngoba siyazi ke ukuthi inkinga ezifana nalezi zikhona zikhungethe umphakathi wethu kanti ke konke lokhu ke kubonakala ngathi uhulumeni akakunakile abaniki ithuba lokuthi njengodokotela basebenze ngabo ukuthi bangabalekelela kanjani abantu abafana nalabo. Ingakho ke ngithi mina unembeza wami awungivumeli nje kanhlobo ukuthi ngusekele lo mthetho osivivinywa ngoba lenkinga ekhona ibhebhethekile kulesizwe sethu. Nowami ubaba ke washona ngendaba ukuthi ke naye ke wayincike kakhulu ke ukusetshenzisweni kogwayi. Manje ke bengicabanga ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi ke sicabangisise kahle ukuthi singenza kanjani ngaziphi izindlela zokunqanda ukubhebhetheka kwalenkinga khungethe imiphakathi kunanokuthi thina sibacekele phansi ke labo bantu ngoba uma sibukisisa kahle ke le ndaba isimo sihlukile manje kufanele ukuthi ke kube khona izindlela ezihlukile ezizokubhekana nokubhebhetheka kwalesimo. Yebo mina ngikhathazekile ngokuthi intsha bayasebenzisa lemshini bayavapor labo abadla izambane likapondo kanti ke labo abahlukumezekile kakhulu babhema yona logwayi womgunyathi oshibhile futhi ke nabanye emphakathini abahlukumezekile kufana nalabo abahweba ngokomzimba nabo babhema logwayi lo kanti kuyinkinga ekhona emphakathini engicabanga ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sibalekelele labo bantu kunanokuthi sibacekele phansi. Ngiqeda ngokuthi mina angusekeli lo mthetho osivivinywa.
All right, good afternoon, guys. In short, all right, I was worried that Mr. Chair is not going to be there while I speak because he is the one who made me to stand up by distancing himself from this portfolio, by this tobacco bill thing. So while I was sitting there, guys, the other thing, remember you as you are sitting on that side, you guys are not from heaven. We are all human beings.
Afternoon. Honorable members, Chairperson, my name is Dumisane Sibego, working for BAT. I'm sure you'll understand what I'm going to say because the interest is the same. But as you've been listening, Chairperson, most of the people who are talking about the negative impact that this bill will have on employment. Yes, it's true, the bill does not say we are banning tobacco industries, but the impact of it. So, as I'm actually talking, Chair, I forgot to tell you that actually the bill in its current form, I don't actually support it. Now, what I'm going to share with the committee is the facts. Those are the facts. Chairperson, some comrades actually who were standing here were very clear to say it's a fact you don't have resources to control. You don't have resources to control, Chairperson. We had, in previous years, I just can't recall, we had 2 marches. Two marches, marching to Pictorials and to the Treasury, complaining about the illicit. We were promised, that the government is doing something because really the issue of illicit is problematic to the government. As we speak now, you still get a 10 rand packet of cigarette on the streets, whereas the law prohibits that. I think you are taxing a packet of cigarettes above 19 rand or 20 rand. Where are the controls? How are you going to control this bill if you cannot control, what is happening outside? It's true. COVID has also exposed the government. Because now, I can tell you now, these are the facts out there. Out of 10 cigarettes produced, 7 is illicit. Are they tax compliant if they are selling actually a 20 packet for 10 rand whereas the tax is above 10 rand? Who does make profits? If you are able to sell actually a product that has been taxed above what the government has set for 10 rand, it tells that there's a problem. So now the government is trying to solve a problem by creating another problem. Let's tackle the issue of illicit trade. Then we can talk about this other, because everybody is saying, and I was happy, the previous speaker was very clear. We are willing to engage, we are not totally opposed to. But what we are saying, let's engage. I agree with the previous speaker, let's take this bill back to NEDLAC. Let's all the stakeholders engaged. So that whatever the decision that the committee will take or the government will take, at least there are sort of inputs from others. I think you are going to chase me, Chair? Okay, thanks, Chair. Now it's okay. Before I sit down, some comrades, we fill the street with them, and we were shouting, save our jobs. Government, come with policies that actually will create jobs. As now they are sitting in the position of power, I think they need to actually use that power, to influence. Next year, comrades, you'll be campaigning. You'll be promising us, how are you going to actually create jobs? Now, I ask you, I'm sitting down, Chair. Now I'm asking you now, when you are going to promise us next year the jobs that you're going to create, Let's start by saving these ones. Let's start by saving these ones. I thank you.
Ngiyanibingelela igama lami uDumsana wakwaSibeko, ngisebenzela iBAT. Okuningi okushiwoyo ngalomthetho sivivinywa empeleni kuyoba nomthelela omubi kwezabasebenzi. Nakuba lomthetho sivivinywa ungasho ukuthi ufuna ukuvala imboni kaGwayi, kodwa empeleni umthelela uyoba mubi. Sikhuluma nje kumanje ukulesi simo okuso lomthetho sivivinywa angiweseki inhlobo ngoba nani aninazi izindlela zokulawula lesi simo. Ngonyaka odlule samasha kabili siya ePitoli siyokhala ngokukhiqizwa koGwayi omgunyathi. Uhulumeni wasithembisa ukuthi kukhona azokwenza kuze kube manje sisalindile ngoba la ngaphandle kunabantu abathengisa uGwayi iphakethe ngo10 lokho akuvunyelwe umthetho ngoba ngokomthetho ngisho iphakethe nje likaGwayi lifunwa intela cishe ngaba u19 ngakho uma ningakwazi ukulawula izinto ezinjalo eziphathelene nemtheshwana emncane niyokwazi kanjani ukuqondisa isimo esinjengalesi. Ngesikhathi seCovid cishe inkampani eziyisikhombisa kweziyishumi zazihweba ngoGwayi ongekho emthethweni. Labo bantu babengayikhokhi intela ngakho babethengisa izinto zishibhile. Ngakho into engiyibonayo mina ukuthi exameni wenu ukuxazulula lenkinga nidala enye inkinga. Into okufanele nigxile kuyo indaba yokuqeda uhwebo loGwayi owumgunyathi. Ngakho ngivuma eleshiwo oza kwethu ukuthi ake sihlale phansi sibonisane. Mhlambe kufanele sibuyele emuva kuNetLeg futhi bonke ababamba iqhaza bahlangane baxoxe ukuze kuzwakale. Siyakhala manje sithi londolozana imisebenzi yethu siyayidinga lemsebenzi. Sebenzisani amandla negunya eninalo ukuze nithonye umthetho ukuze ukwazi ukusisiza. Ngonyaka ozayo nizobe nikhankasa ngokhetho nisithembisa imisebenzi nokunye. Siyacela uma ukuthi nisithembisa imisebenzi ngonyaka ozayo sicela niqale ngokulondoloza lo esinawo njengamanje. Ningayivala iBAT. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguNonhlanhla owakanyandeni. Phansi ngale bill phansi. Nginenkinga nje encane. Njengoba nihlezi nje lapho. I-concern yenu ukuthi abantu bayafa. 2020 abantu bafa. Abantu bazofa and that didn't happen. 2023 nisathi abantu bazofa. Nangu uGwayi uzobulala abantu and abantu angeke bafe. The real thing inkinga esinayo ngempela abantwana bethu abalapha estradeni ababhema ama drugs, you ignoring that. Then it's a problem. So you trying to fix izinto ezingekho broken. Hambani niyofixa abantwana bethu estradeni nekeni uGwayi lo. Okay, now, number 2, lento angithi this is just ama discussions and hearing ukuthi umphakathi uthini. There is a billboard about this. Can you please take those billboards out? Because this has never passed. Kahle ngiyayi-rejecta mina le bill le. Akusiyone yethu. Sicela ukuthi nisenzeleni favor. Leave us as ama parents sizenzele inqumo ngathi nangengane zethu. Phela manje niphethe ama remote control nyaspressa and mani spressa mele nathi siyenze. No, we cannot do that. Number 2, nisilahlisa amasiko ethu, and I don't understand ku ANC kunabantu abamnyama abazi ngamasiko wethu. Ku government kunabantu abamnyama abazi ngamasiko wethu. Mina ngumZulu, njengomZulu masiyophahla emsamo mele ngishunqise. It goes to an extent yokuthi if umkhulu wami bakabhema mele ulayitwe loyo Gwayi. Manje nithi nizongibopha. nithi umakhelwane niza ngalento yenu yokuthi umakhelwane afonela amaphoyisa azongibopha. What you are doing, you dividing us bese nizosirula. So now tradition yethu allows us to smoke. And abomkhulu bethu nabokhulukhulu bethu bebe smoke ipaper. It's not a new thing. And labo bantu laba zange bafe. And ukufa awubulawa ngoba une cancer or une AIDS or unani. Isikhathi sakho masifikile. Sifikile. So I don't understand ukuthi igovernment yethu seyingabonkulunkulu sebayazi isikhathi sethu. Basazile isikhathi sethu ngeCovid bagubha imigodi e-million. Ayikakagcwali leyo migodi. Bafuna ukuyigcwalisa ngogwayi. Never. Now, any point nayi lapha ikhona. Guys, njengoba nihlezi lapho, niphila kamnandi soft life. Ngicela nizeni emalokishini. Inkinga yami i-one is that when you guys do these studies, nozenza America, Germany. I mean, America and Germany as funny na like us. Some of these studies wozani nizozenza lapho esihlala khona nizobona ukuthi impilo yethu injani. And then maniqeda lapho bese niza na these bills ithi ngintsheleni mina ke mina ngizontshela ukuthi mina ngicabangani. Mina into engicabangayo ukuthi vele le bill nifuna ukuthi pass so that lokwayi wenu mbumbulu lapho enidla khona imali nizowuthola khona. That's mina into engicabangayo leyo ngani ngoba ni corrupt njengoba nihlezi lapha nonke niyidudla.
Conclude now. Conclude.
Last one.
No.
Last one.
No, please conclude. Don't say more. Please conclude.
The last point.
Thank you.
The last point. Okay, now the last point is that Mr. Chair, ufuna ukungisusa ngoba uyazi ukuthi nawe uyadlala kule nto le, but it's fine. Last point yami ukuthi i-economy yale country lena i-survivor ngalogwayilo. And njengoba
Hold on, please. I've just heard a translation from my co-chair that you are saying I am benefiting from this bill. Am I correct?
Vuli mic,
All right, now please, you finish now, conclude now. But I'm asking you to close now. Don't say more. Thank you. It's fine. It's fine. Don't do that. Don't threaten anybody. Thank you. Okay. I take your word. Thank you. Please translate.
My name is non-nicotine Nyandeni. I do agree that people die, but in 2020, they said people would die, and that's the reason why production was stopped. Now it's 2023, the same thing is being said, but people are not killed by smoking. The big problem that we have is our children using drugs. So right now you're fixing something that is not broken. Please go and help our children who are on drugs. I saw a billboard about this bill, and we request that please it be taken down because it is not the decision of the community. I reject this bill, and we are requesting that please leave us as parents to decide on matters affecting our children, because right now you're trying to remote control us and make decisions and expect us to follow those decisions. Secondly, you want us to abandon our culture. And many of you in the front there are from the government and the ANC. They do know that for us to consult our ancestors, we need to use cigarette and so on to appease them. And this if this bill is enacted, it will lead to a point where neighbors will report us to the police as if we are lawbreakers. Our ancestors used to smoke pipe and they did not die from smoking it. A person does not die from smoking, but they die because it's time for them to die. So do not play God. Right now you have a soft life, but you never come to the township to do some of these case studies. They are all based on what is happening in the USA, Germany, and other countries. So please come down to our level. I reject this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and all MPs. My name is Nomasonto Madlala. I'm from SASTA, South African Spaza and Tech Shops Association. Ngimelana today because ngizwa ubuhlungu. I'm running a spaza shop at home. As I'm here, I'm pleading with the government not to stop the selling of loose cigarette because that thing is going to affect business since business is small. Angisakhona ukusebenza sengimdala ngiphila ngespaza shop. Even if I'm not selling anything for a day, but I know ukuthi i-50 rands ngizoba nayo for a day ukuthi ngikhona ukuthenga imilimili. So now since abantu abaningi bangasabenzi, they won't afford ukuthenga i-20 ipack. So the thing izosibulala kakhulu thina abantu beyipaza shop. Ngiyacela kuleyo nto leyo. And then ngiyacela ukuthi ngelinye ilanga uma ningaziphi isikhathi nize ema-township lapho esithengisa khona thina abantu beyipaza shop ukuthi thina ama-South Africans sawulandela umthetho. But if i-government izophasisa this bill, angeke isebenze because you are still having illegal immigrants elokishini athengisa i-cigarette, athengisela abantwana aba-under age i-cigarette. Tina ama-South African asibathengiseli. So I'm saying no to the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nomasonto Madlala from the Spaza Association. I run a Spaza shop at home, and my request is that please do not stop the selling of loose cigarette, because I'm a small business, I would never survive, and this is how I survive. I'm old now, I cannot work, but on a good day, I know that I can make 50 rand from the tuck shop, then I can, from the spaza shop, then I can be able to buy a pack of maize meal to feed my family. People cannot afford to buy a full pack of cigarette. So that's the reason why I'm selling loose cigarettes, and if this is closed down, then it will be a disaster for me. My request is that please come to the township to see how we live. We are law-abiding citizens. If this bill is passed, then the problem would be, at the present moment, is that we have foreign traders who are actually selling to children and so on. But as law-abiding citizens, we never do that. We know what we need to do. We never sell to children. So I'm not supporting this bill. Thank you.
Sibonge. Igama lami nguMandla Thabethe. I'm a concerned community yase Greater Heidelberg. I'm totally against the tobacco bill. If we have heard what the previous speakers, why they most refer the bill back to NEDLAC, because the bill in current form is going to cause illicit cigarette, because some of the clauses that are in the bill, clauses like plain packaging. Plain packaging means that each and every cigarette company that is producing cigarette must do or must produce a packet of cigarette in the same form. We should make illicit cigarette companies to gain the market of producing the illicit cigarette. So by so doing, people who are working in BAT, they will lose their job. They will be retrenched. As me, I'm a living proof of the person who was retrenched during COVID, when cigarette was banned. Illicit cigarette was skyrocketing, and e-cigarette have topped the market of cigarette. So that's why when we came back, we were losing the market at BAT, and BAT was forced to retrench. As we speak, some of us are unemployed because of the illicit cigarette. So the reason why people are so opposed to this bill is not because they want to promote cigarette. If cigarette is bad, then it's bad. But because they are going to lose their job. Unless Chairperson, if you have came here first with a company that will employ people as BAT, a company that will employ 60% or more of the people of the Greater Heidelberg, and then introduce this bill, you will have a positive result. But now, the little people who are still employed by BAT, we are sending them home by promoting this bill. So I'm opposed to this bill. My submission is that this bill must go back to NEDLAC so that it can be discussed more there and come back. Amandla.
My name is Mandla. Uxolo, igama lami uMandla uThabethe. Ngiyayiphikisa le bill. Engikuhlongozayo ukuthi mayibuyele emuva kuNEDLAC iyo xoxwa ngayo. Ezinye izinto ezishoyo ziyinkinga. Isibonelo nje makukhulunywa ngeplain packaging, lokho kuyokhuthaza ukuthi kukhiqizwe ugwayi owumgunyathi ngoba izinkampani ezikhiqiza ugwayi manje kuyofanele ukuthi zikhiqize ugwayi ngephakethe elifanayo okuyovula isikhala sabahwebi abawumgunyathi ukuthi bangene bese besixhaphaza. Ngalahlekelwa umsebenzi ngesikhathi seCovid ngo-2019. Ngakho inkinga engiyizwayo la bantu bakithi abakhala ngayo akuwona ngempela ugwayi kodwa indaba yemisebenzi. Ukube sihlalo uthe sizoza nenkampani ezoqasha bonke labantu kunokuthi sivalele ngaphambi kokuthi sivalele ngabe mhlawumbe isimo sihlukile. Ngakho kulesimo ekuso njengamanje lo mthetho sivivinyo okuso njengamanje angivumelani nawo. Engikuphakamisayo ukuthi mawubuyele kuNEDLAC uyoxoxa futhi. Ngiyabonga.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Mahove Mulefe. I'm under an organization called Building Young Leaders. We strictly deal with young people. So I'm here representing young people as to say I support the bill. Reason why I'm saying I'm supporting the bill is because tobacco is one of the leading gateway drugs that we have in our country. When we're talking about gateway drugs, let's talk about Habli-Babli. Habli-Babli, you can't go to the townships and go to parks or parties without finding Habli-Babli. And majority of the people who are smoking that, they are young people. That is a what? A tobacco product. You go to shops, even shops that are selling products for kids, you find Habli-Babli products there. So that is why I'm saying I support the bill because we find people, majority of the young people who are smoking heavier drugs nowadays, whether it's Nyaupe, whether it's Ndanda, whether it's Rock, whether it's Tick, whether we're talking about these other drugs. Majority of them, they started off smoking a tobacco product. Majority of them. I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying majority of them. They started off with smoking a tobacco product. So I'm supporting the regulating of the tobacco product. Meaning it must be regulated that majority, not even majority, young people of South Africa, they are not able to access those products because this is what is damaging the future of South Africa. If majority of the young people are smoking from an early age, they're smoking a tobacco product. By the time they reach an adulthood, what are they going to be smoking? Can we assure that with that product that they are starting to smoke nowadays, the Habli-Babli or the vapor, that's where it's going to end. Statistics shows that majority of the young people who are smoking the tobacco product at an early age from school, they grow up to be dropouts, some of them. Then they end up smoking heavier drugs. You can't smoke marijuana without putting a little bit of a tobacco product in it. That is why they call it iviga, ekas. In Habli now they call it a dirty pipe. They put the tobacco product, the flavor, with the marijuana. So what are we saying about that? We're not saying we are against tobacco products. I'm saying I'm against tobacco products that are being sold to young people. Let us regulate that so that we can have a healthy and a future for young people that is going to be sustained. Because if the future is not sustained for young people, what are we saying? I hear majority of the people who are standing here, they are old. They're old people. What about the young people? What about the young people who are suffering? Who can still, at this age, at their age, they can't make decisions that are better for their future? What are we saying about them? What are we saying about the teachers who are smoking at school? What are they teaching the young people at school? They are smoking the very same tobacco product. What are we saying about them? We are here about the tobacco bill. There were people who were smoking right outside. Right outside. What about us who are not smoking? What are they saying about us? Right outside. Right here. Right here. They were smoking. Thank you. With that, I submit. I say I support the bill. Thank you.
Igama lami uMahofa Mlefe, ngivele enhlanganweni okuthiwa iBuilding Young Leaders. Ngiya usekela umthetho sivivinywa ngoba isidaka ugwayi uxolo ugwayi iwona oba umhlahlandlela wezinye idakamizwa eziyingozi kamuva. Isibonelo nje abantu abaqala besebenzisa ihabli babli ekugcineni basuke beqale ngeminye imikhiqizo yogwayi ngamuva kuba inkinga ngoba lezi zinto ezinjengalezo uzithola ngisho ezithengisa ama toys ezingane. Abantu abaningi baqale ukubhema ugwayi kodwa kamuva manje sebesebenzisa idakamizwa eziyingozi kakhulu. Ngakho lo mthetho uzosiza kakhulu ngoba uzolawula isimo ukuthi intsha ngokukhethekile ingavunyelwa ukuba ithole izinto ezinjengogwayi ngoba uma iqala ukusebenzisa imikhiqizo yogwayi njengamanje ikusasa layo liyobanjani. Abaningi ababhemayo bayeyeka esikoleni ngoba babhema izinto ezinjengensangu nokunye. Kwezinye izimo ngisho nezinto abantu abacabanga ukuthi aziyona ingozi njengehabli babli bazihlanganisa manje nensangu ukuze abantu bazibheme zihlanganiswe nensangu. Ngakho ngiyakusekela ukuthi makuvinjwe ukutholakala kwalezi zinto, izingane zingazitholi kalula lezi zinto. Abantu abaningi abakhulumela ngaphambili abantu abadala abakwazi ukuzenzela inqumo kodwa kuthiwani ngezingane ezingakwazi ukuzinqumela kulesi simo. Kuthiwani ngothisha ababhema esikoleni yini abantwana abayifundayo uma bebheke labo thisha. Njengamanje njengoba sila kulomhlangano bekunabantu ababhemayo la ngaphandle. Banandaba yini nokuthi abanye bethu ababhemi mhlambe siyagula nokunye njalo njalo. Ngakho ngiyaweseka lo mthetho sivivinyo. Ngiyabonga.
All right, can we have some order, please? Can we please have some order? Many of you just talking away while the other person is talking or even the interpretation is happening.
Bengicela ukuthi ningaphazamisa abanye abantu uma besakhuluma noma utolike uma esatolika.
We will now take the last 10 hands.
Sesizothatha izandla ezishumi zokugcina.
And all those hands top. White shirt in the front. Red top with hat on. No, red top with a hat on that side. The young lady in the front, please come forward. Okay. I can't hear you. All right, let's get some order. Let's get some order. The guy waving the paper with a white shirt with the stripes across. The person with a black t-shirt with a black cap with a red star or whatever that is on it. The man on the right, far right, big one, yes. How many do I have now? I said there are people here whom I've not indicated. If I've not indicated you, I'm going to embarrass you. I know whom I have shown. There are too many coming down now. Please turn around if I've not indicated you. Protection services, just tell me how many, what's the number I have now? 10, that's it, done, thank you. Please stop at number 10. There are 3, 4 I've not shown here. Just hold on, hold on. There are 4 here after each other whom I have not indicated. There are 4 here sitting after each other whom I have not indicated. The man in the rugby top, one with the red top, the lady behind him, and the one behind them. I've not indicated them. Because there are people whom I have indicated at the back there.
Kukhona abanye abantu engabakhombanga engibona sebakhona lapha.
So let's see where I am now. Give me numbers now. Numbers. Tell me how many I have in.
How many are they?
All right.
Chairperson,
So, can we listen carefully? Please give your attention to me.
Ngicela ukuthi sithuleni usihlalo bekafuna ukwazi ukuthi bayingaki abantu sebahleze ezitulweni.
Right, let me have your full attention. I will give each one only 3 minutes. Then I'll take everybody in the line. Everybody in the line, included, ending with the man, the big man at the back. Included. 3 minutes each. I am not negotiating with anybody. Let us start here, please. Let us start here.
It is ngaqala.
Please start. Please start or forfeit your chance. Don't worry, start talking.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tato Mago, Chairperson. I'm here standing in front of you, firstly, let me welcome you to the glorious province led by Panyaza Lusufi. And I stand before you to say that I support the bill entirely. Chairperson, I want to first clarify some few issues before we lose our community members because I feel like they are lost. This bill will never ever take away a job. It will actually create jobs for young graphic designers in terms of plain packaging. One of the reasons I'm saying so is because Chairperson, Ventrula Quest brought their howling puppets again.
Kitlole kopa wa bona mole. Mole ntse le hu. Re ba file le ba bang akere. Ene re batla o mamela le batho ba tlo buang. So kitlo kopa hore le tshwareng. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We are going to cut at 10.
Yeah. Chairperson, I want to also emphasize that we are not scared and we are not intimidated. And I am saying so. Chairperson, protect me. I think I want to conclude, but I'm being disturbed brutally so. So,
Okay, don't bother with it. Talk to me.
okay, yes, thanks, Chairperson. I am supporting this bill in terms of plain packaging as well, because we have also looked at various countries like Uganda that introduced such initiatives. We have noticed that from 2000 to 2020, Uganda had 27% of smokers, but through introduction of such legislation, it managed to reduce the smoking prevalence to 8.4% in 2020. It means that in 20 years, Uganda was able to achieve its glorious objective in terms of government objectives of sustainable economic development. And then also, Chairperson, I want to emphasize that since this bill is not seeking to ban the sales or production of tobacco products, but also it will be very much fair for our economy to benefit from electronic delivery systems, because regulating them means they are going to pay such taxes. It means that the same taxes they are going to pay, the electronic cigarettes, will be a revenue into the state that will contribute to the development of our country. And then also, on my last point, I wanted to clarify that, Chairperson, I believe that in every township, there is that drug dealer who employs people to sell the
Just hold on. Let me warn you, I'm looking at the number on my right. Let me warn you, I will have you removed if you disturb the proceedings. I will not have any fear of not doing it. So please, you've all had an opportunity. You've had a fair opportunity to speak today. I've had the people on the left having a fair opportunity to speak today. We now have the people at the top. If you want to disrupt this meeting, security, please remove the lady at the back with the top with the hat on. Ask her to leave the meeting. Please ask her to leave the meeting.
So before I sit down, Chairperson.
Thank you. Please continue.
Before I sit down, its conclusion, I wanted to say that it's like we know that every township has a drug dealer that employs people to sell drugs for them. But it doesn't mean that that employment has to be legal, because we say people don't have jobs. And then also, let me conclude by saying this. Capitalism is a religion that made Satan a god and teaches self-righteous people to embrace a facade. Thank you.
Mina igama lami uThato Mako ngibuya khona kulesi sifundazwe saseGauteng esiholwa uPanyaza Lusufi. Ithi ngiqale ngokusho ukuthi mina ngiyawusekela lo mthetho osivivinywa. Bengicela nje ukuthi ngicacise izinto ezimbalwa ngoba kubonakala sengathi umphakathi awuzwisisi kahle ke njengoba ukhuluma ngendaba yokuthi ke kuzolahlekelwa amathuba wemisebenzi akhona kodwa mina ngibona ukuthi kuzo noma lo mthetho osivivinywa uzokwakha amathuba wemisebenzi kuma graphic designer abasesebasha uma kusekwenziwa lamaphakethi wogwayi. Ngithanda ukuthi ke ngigcizelele indaba yokuthi thina ke sizokhuluma izimvo zethu singasabiswa singasatshiswa umuntu. Ngithanda ukusho ukuthi le ndaba ke ye packaging engabhaliwe plain packaging ukuthi ngiyayisekela ke ngendaba yokuthi yasetshenziswa lapha eUganda soloko baqala ukuyisebenzisa ngo-2000 ngo-2020 kwakuno 87% yabantu ababhemayo kodwa baye bakwazi ukuthi behlise lokho ukuya ku 8.4% ngo-2020. Lokho kusho ukuthi bakwazile ukuthi banciphise izinga labantu ababhemayo ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bafinyelele izinjongo zokuthuthukiswa komnotho. Enye into engibona ukuthi abantu abayizwisisi ileyo ukuthi bacabanga ukuthi kuthiwa noma lo mthetho osivivinywa uthi kunqandwe ukukhiqizwa kogwayi kanti akunjalo. Lo mthetho osivivinywa wona uhlose ukuthi ulawule imikhiqizo yogwayi efana ke naleyo ye-electronic esetshenziswayo. Futhi ngiyacabanga ukuthi ke konke lokho lezo zisetshenziswa ze-electronic ezisetshenziswa lokubhema ukuthi zizodala amathuba wemisebenzi. Yikho lokho engicabanga ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sikubukisise kahle ngoba ke kuba umthelela omuhle. Yingakho ke ngithi kufanele ukuthi sikubhekisise lokho ngoba nasemalokishini mobheka kuba khona abantu abathengisa izidakamizwa abacasha abanye ukuthi bathengise izidakamizwa. Lokho akusho ukuthi ke lokho sikuthatha njengethuba lemisebenzi ngokusemthethweni. Yingakho ngithi uma sengiphothula ke ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sibhekisise kahle ke lemboni sibhekelele ukuthi labo abatshala izimali kulemboni ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi nabantu bakwazi ukuthi bahlomule. Ngiyabonga.
Before you speak, just as a reminder that you can hand in your written submissions. If you have more to say than the time allotted to you, you're welcome to hand also more, whatever you have written over to the table on my right.
Njengoba uzela nizokhuluma uma kwenzeka ukuthi isikhathi sakho siphele ungakaqedi ukukhuluma kuyavumeleka ukuthi ubhale konke lokho ungakwazanga ukuthi ukukhulume ukumikise kubasebenzi beParliament wenze isethulo esibhaliwe uma lemizuzu emithathu enikezwe yona ingaphela ungaqedanga.
But I also want to ask each and every one of you in this line to be fair to everybody else. I've taken more than the 10, so I've given you 3 minutes each because I've allowed more people some have taken the places of others. So I'm being fair in the process. Please stay within that time. Thank you.
Sise isizathu sokuthi nina nginikeze imizuzu emithathu ukuthi ke sokukhona abanye abantu senenqile eshumini manje ke ngiyenzela ukuthi nabo labo bantu bakwazi ukuthi bathole ithuba lokukhuluma. Ngifuna nje ukuthi kube khona ubulungiso labo nabo labantu singabajikisi bakwazi ukuthi nabo bakhulume.
Dumela mitsola ka ke lehlono lomlefe ke tswa organization tswa Turning the Tides where we do psychosocial and moral rehabilitation for a boy child. And mostly what I've seen, boys around townships and I can say around South Africa, tobacco is a trending thing around these days. when you don't have a vapor, you don't smoke hardly, you are not a boy enough or not a male enough. I support the bill because it must be rules and regulation for a boy child to know what we are supposed to do and what not we are supposed to do. Because if you're a young boy smoking a weed, a tobacco, you are not supported. You are not supported by the community. You are not supported by anyone around. I support the bill because we have to teach our young people how to be morally rehabilitated for the next generation. As I see the houses mostly is people are against, and why I support mostly as we are people around. I can say we are killing each other because if I'm as an adult selling for a young child a cigarette, that is, I'm saying I'm killing my own kid. And while we are businesses and people around, we are not, I can say we are not supporting each other. Even street vendors selling to a kid, that should be a no-no, because I know you are making a business for yourself, but you are still killing a next generation, and you are not seeing that, and you still going to blame the government for it, while you yourself are intoxicating the kid and are supporting that tobacco illicit drug.
Mina igama lami Thabo Molefe, mina ngiyawusekela lo mthetho sivivinywa ngoba ngendlela mina ngibona ngayo ukuthi emphakathini yethu akukho kusekelana, ikakhulukazi njengoba sibona nje ukuthi abafanyana abancane yibo baqala ukubhema abasesebancane, kanti emphakathini wethu akukho sikwenzayo ukuthi sibasekele labafanyana. Bengithi kufanelekile njengomphakathi ukuthi sibafundise labafana ukuthi baziphathe kanjani, sibazise futhi nangomthelela wezempilo uma bebhema, ngoba engikubonayo mina la ukuthi lokhu kuthengisa igwayi, kakhulukazi ukuthengisela izingane ezincane ugwayi, kubulala intsha yethu, ikakhulukazi njengoba ngiye ngabona ukuthi nalabo abathengisa emgwaqeni bathengisela nalabo abancane, kanti lokho kuyafana nje nokuthi babulala izizukulwane ezizayo ngoba babathengisela lona lo gwayi lomgunyathi. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguSipho Velaphi kwaMazomba. Ngiphuma from eDeep Kloof, ezone 3. Umthetho lona ngusekeli. Angusekeli umthetho futhi ngiyaphikisana nje nawo ngoba I can hear abantu abaningi bakhuluma ukuthi abantwana abancane bayabhema. Cigarette ibhaliwe ukuthi not under 18. So uma unganamthetho awunamthetho. Mongalalela ulaleli. Kufana nayo lo mthetho lona is not listening to science, and vaping is much safer than smoking. So kuhle ukuthi let us use what works for public health and improvement. So into eningi nje kumele sazi ukuthi ugwayi ukubhema kunamathuba amaningi omsebenzi ukuthi uyawakha la kumphakathi wethu. Kunabantu abaningi abasebenza emasimini abatshala itobacco. So sithi abantu abo umsebenzi wabo kwenzakaleni ngawo. So asingathathini inqumo ezekusasa ezosiqaka. Ngiyamangala abanye abantu umuntu wenza ama-drugs mali uthi yena uphikisana nomthetho wokubhema. So kune confusion. So bengicela nje ukuthi lo mthetho lona kuyohamba kuhlale phansi kuyocatshanga kahle ukuthi kwenziwe omunye umthetho ozoba ngcono. Singabeni strict ezintweni ukuthi zifuna wena as a person ukuthi uzikhethele wena ukuthi uyawuyenza or awuyenzi, because akumelanga umoshela abanye abantu ukuthi bayaphila. Kunemizi la thina esihlala khona baphila ngawe ugwayi, bawuthengisa abantwana abalala baya esikolweni bayafunda ngawe le mali le. So kanje singa complicate izinto ngento engezwakali. Thank you.
My name is Sipo from Deep Kloof. I do not support this bill. Yes, we do know that we have this social problem where young people are smoking, but I do not think that this bill, no, these young people are smoking because they do not listen to reason in the community, as much as this bill does not also consider scientific evidence that vaping is less harmful than smoking. And another thing is that with regards to tobacco and the use of tobacco products, the decision that the government is taking on our behalf, I think that it is unfair because it tramples on our right to choose as adults. I have noted that there was the journal which employs many people. When you make this decision, it is going to impact on those people who are working in those farms. Hence, I'm saying let us not complicate issues by introducing this bill. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Koketo from the NK organization, and I am against the bill. The reason to that is that we should first think about what happened in 2020, and we should be cautious with strict rules as they may unintentionally lead to illegal activities as we saw in 2020 during the COVID-19. And another reason that tobacco should not be illegal is because most families literally sell tobacco for a living. And if we would not sell tobacco, it would increase the rates of poverty in South Africa. And poverty leads to criminalization, which leads to, as youth or adults, we would take drugs because of that. And another thing is that if we stop selling tobacco in South Africa, sellers in the black market, tobacco sellers in the black market industry, they will actually gain more profit than the economy. And if that happens, the economy will actually lead into the depression phase. And that means there would be more poverty in SA. That's why I am against the bill.
Mina igama lami uKokeso, ngiyawuphikisa lo mthethosivivinywa. Uma ke sibheka kahle isimo lokho kwenzeka ngo-2020 ngenkathi ke kuba khona ukuvaleleka kwelizwe kune COVID kungasathengiswa ugwayi, siyasabona ukuthi ke kulapho ke kuye kwaqala ke ukukhuphuka kokuthengiswa kwaleli gwayi lomgunyathi. Ngiyazi ukuthi ke okunye futhi ukuthi emindeni eminingi bathengisa ugwayi ukuze bakwazi ukuthi
get other alternatives, and one of them is harm reduction. There should be a differentiation between combustibles and non-combustibles. We feel as much as tobacco might be regarded as dangerous, Parliament must be open and educate our people. Tobacco has got nicotine, and nicotine is the one that is a killer.
It is a killer because it's got 7,000 toxins. Those toxins are the killer, and the actual killer in those toxins is the tar, which is the total aerosol residue. Now, I will go back to the framework, which is the World Health Organization Framework Convention of Tobacco Control. Article 12 and Article 14. Article 12 and Article 14 of the Tobacco Control. Just give me a moment so that I can head it there quickly. Speaks to Article 12, say that the community and the public must be educated, and communication and training must be held. Article 14 says reduction measures must be considered. Harm reduction, we feel, is a reduction measure. I will make an example. When HIV was killing our people...
You have to conclude now.
Excuse me?
You have to conclude now.
Okay, last point. When HIV was killing our people, the government did not ban sex. It went for harm reduction and introduced condoms. That's the first point. So we say the government must look at alternative harm reduction, non-combustibles. Cars.
Please close now.
Okay. Cars on our freeway are killing people daily. The government went on to put on speed limits. We feel that was an alternative instead of saying to people, don't drive because cars are killing you. You went for an alternative and saying, low.
Please close. Yes, because you've been asked to stop.
Yes.
Please stop now. You've said a lot. Thank you.
Bengithanda ukuthi ngiqale nje ngokusho ukuthi mina nguJoni ngimele inhlangano yalabo abahweba ngokuthengisa utshwala futhi sinamalungu angu-35,000 kulelizwe. Thina ke siyawuphikisa lo mthethosivivinywa ngoba uma sesibhekisisa kahle ke izinhlaka zalomthethosivivinywa ezinhlanu kukhulunywa la ngamaphakethe ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ke kufakwe kanjani kumaphakethe nokuthi ke kungabhalwa lapho kulawo maphakethe. Ngibona ukuthi leyo kuyenye into ukuthi ngeke sikwazi ukuthi sibone umehluko ukuthi iliphi ugwayi elisemthethweni nokuthi uluphi ugwayi olingekho semthethweni. Kanti futhi indaba yokuthi ke kuthengiswa lo gwayi o loose draws ngibona ngathi akufanelanga ukuthi ke sivumele ke le ngoba abanye abantu abakwazi ukuthi bakhokhele ukuthenga uphakethi lokho kuzobhebhethekisa lokho kuthengiswa ugwayi okungekho semthethweni. Ingakho ke ngithi uma ke sesibhekisisa kahle usesibhekisisa kahle ke kuleyo ndaba ukuthi ke sicela ukuthi uhulumeni abheke ezinye izindlela ezingcono zokuthi ke kunqandwe indaba ke yokubhema nalokho abahlose ukuthi bakwenze bakufeze ngoba noma ubheka futhi kulelinye iphuzu la kukhulunywa khona ngama vending machine lawo uma vending machine lapha abekwe khona nakhona kubhaliwe lapho ukuthi ke umuntu oseminyakeni ethile ngaphansi kweminyaka ethile akafanelanga ukuthi ke athenge ke ugwayi lapho. Manje uma sekuthiwa akusekho ke kubhalwa ke kwalabo magama wamagwayi emaphakethini ngibona ukuthi lokho kuzoqhubekisa kakhulu indaba yokuthengiswa kogwayi lo womkhonyovu ongekho semthethweni ngoba abantu ngeke bakwazi ukuhlukanisa ukuthi iliphi igwayi lisemthethweni nokuthi iliphi elingekho semthethweni. Kanti mase sibheka ke lezi zisetshenziswa ze-electronic ezisetshenziselwa ukubhema kufanele ukuthi sibhekisise kahle ukuthi ke kube khona umehluko ngoba yize ke ugwayi unobungozi kodwa ke kuba khona ke ezinye izindlela engicabanga ukuthi uhulumeni ufanele ukuthi azibhekisise kufana lenhlangano yezempilo kazwelonke WHO yona ke iye yakhuluma ke ngokulawulwa kogwayi lapha ku article 12 and 14 lapho ke kukhulunywa khona ngokuthi ke umphakathi kufanele kube nemkhankaso yomphakathi yokufundisa umphakathi ngobungozi bokubhema ugwayi ingakho ngiyigcizelela indaba yokuthi uhulumeni kufanele ukuthi abheke ezinye izindlela ezingasisebenzela ukwenza isibonelo ngenkathi ke kuba khona iHIV kule lizwe lethu uhulumeni azange athi hayi ngiyayinqanda isex ukuthi angisavumeli abantu ukuthi baye ocansini kodwa waza ngezinye izindlela zokuthi ke akhuthaza abantu ukuthi ke banganqanda kanjani ukuphetheka kwalesi sifo ukuthi uhulumeni kufanele ukuthi ke abukisise lezo zindlela sinye isibonelo nje ukuthi njengoba abantu abaningi bashona lapha ezindleleni uhulumeni azange athi ningasashayela imoto kodwa ke weza nechinga wathi kungcono nehlise ijubane noma ijubane lalezo zimoto so yilokho engikucelayo ukuthi uhulumeni abukisise ezinye izindlela ezingasebenzela ngiyabonga.
Sanbonani, igama uMpho. Just before you go on,
Okay.
you see we're at 8 minutes to 7 now. There are 10 of you and 9 of you in this room. If each one takes 3 minutes, an interpreter takes 3 minutes, then we're looking at 6 minutes, looking at another hour. All right? An interpreter, try and just cut the number of words. You're taking longer than what they actually speak. So let's get this right. You've got 3 minutes, I'm timing. Thank you, start now.
Okay, Sanbonani, kama uMpho kamTawu, uMpho mTawu. So, ngiphuma ka Social Development Men's Forum. So, mainly, mina njengoba ngimelana, I'm also a teacher. I'm also a facilitator, a peer educator, a community leader, a community advocate. So, what I've observed, I don't want people to be confused. So, many times when you disagree with the house at large, people get confused. So I support the Bill of Rights. So as I'm supporting the Bill of Rights, I saw many people were prepared enough and came with their script. So I'm going to align my heart with my mind to make sure what I'm saying is important so that everyone can note what I'm going to say and not be confused. So most of the time as I'm working with schools, now I'm working in a childhood care center. You find young children who are neglected by their parents. You find children who are passing through izinto ezinzima, which me as a young person, if I can go through those phases, I won't be able to survive. Now let's go there. How are young people or most people hooked into smoking other substances? Mind you, when you smoke something, it affects your brain cells. So as much as you grow, that means our brain cells, they need more. So what happens after that? Where do we end? Where is the generation yethu? I would ask you about your footprint. Abazali bethu now, they are here, they are saying, yeah, we are supporting, but endly not know. What are you teaching? Let's not be confused. Ningas confused it as young people. Lead us. So as social development, I think that's confusion. Hi, I think that's confusion. Don't be confused. Don't be confused. So one thing for sure, mina ngimelana as a teacher, as a student advisor, as a person who sebenza nomphakathi, I support the Bill of Rights because it is helping our young people. So let us regulate and make sure. Ubaba talked about the HIV, saying whenever there was HIV, you didn't say people should stop sex. Now we are not saying people should stop smoking. We are saying let's regulate. People should not just smoke anywhere. There should be a place where they're smoking. I submit. Thank you.
Mina igama lami uMpho mTawu ngibuya lapha ku Men's Forum futhi ngisishoshovu somphakathi. Kusikhungo esinakekela izingane ezincane kunezimo ezinzima kakhulu lapho kanti ukubhema nakho okunye ukubangwa yilezo zimo kanti uma umuntu ebhema kumthinta umqondo futhi lokho kwenza ukuthi ke ahlale edinga ukuthi ahlale ebhema njalo kanti nabantu abadala bakhona la ngibona ngathi basidida ngendlela bakhuluma ngayo la mina ngisho nje ukuthi ngiyawusekela lo mthetho wesivivinywa njengoba ke kuye isikhulume sedlule senze isibonelo sokuthi uma ke kuba khona esandulela ngculazi azange bathi kumiswe ngokuya ecansini kodwa ke njengokubhema kunjalo abathi kumiswe ukubhema kodwa kuthiwa kulawuleke ngiyabonga.
Hello everybody, my name is Amogelang Mohwane. So I'm just going to talk a little bit background. I'm just going to talk a little bit where we are and what I see for the future. So for me, I grew up in a village and then we ended up moving to a township. And then after that, I ended up getting the opportunity to study at the University of Pretoria and study a chemical engineering degree. Just when I finished school in 2019, the government unilaterally decided to shut down the economy, which resulted in me spending a whole year depressed because the government decided to follow the World Health Organization's framework to keep me from getting a job. A whole year of depression, being angry at my parents, being angry at the world, and not knowing what to do. Come in 2021, there was only one company after getting many rejection letters from different companies, and that company's name was British American Tobacco. Now, you may think that is a good story, but you can flip a coin, and half of the speakers that were here would not have a job. Because 50% of the speakers that spoke before me are likely to not have a job right now. Now we find ourselves in a situation whereby we have a bill that is in front of us. This is the now. We have a bill that says that it seeks to extend what is the meaning of an indoor 100% public, smoking-free areas. It seeks to ban the sale of cigarettes through vending machine. It seeks to control and limit the amount of packaging that is be on a cigarette pack. It seeks to ban the point of sale, the display at the point of sale, and it seeks to regulate and control electronic nicotine delivery system. So it is clear, it is very clear that the ramifications of this bill are going to be adverse to the industry that gave me my first job. Without a doubt, just by reading the summary you can know. So now, what do I see for the future? I'll tell you a story. Just yesterday, I was with a fellow co-worker. His name is Mkulu. He looked at me right in the eyes and said, Amo, when I see you, I have complete hope of the future. He looked at me and said, I have complete hope of the future. Now, when I look at the ramification of this bill on the tobacco industry, an already industry that has been established and that has given so many people so many jobs. Yes, we also...
Please conclude. Thank you. 3 minutes up. Thank you.
Mina igama lami Amogelang Mohwane ngisukele emakhaya ngaza ngazohlala la elokishini ngaya enyuvesi yasePitori ngathola iziqu ze-chemical engineering ngiqede ngo-2020 ithe ukuqeda kwami ke kungenkathi ke sokuba khona ukuvaleleka kwelizwe ngo-2020 nomnotho wavalwa ngendaba yokuthi uhulumeni yena ethatha isinqumo sokuthi ke asebenze ahambelane nezinhlelo ze-WHO i-World Health Organization kanti lokho kuye kwavala amathuba omsebenzi ngo-2021 kwaba khona inkampani engicashayo ngemuva kokuthi ke ngiyenze izicelo eziningi leyo nkampani bekuyi-British American Tobacco ngemuva kweminyaka eminingi sengizamile ukuthi ngithole umsebenzi ngawutholi Manje khona manje njengoba sekuza le mithetho le kubonakala ngathi uhulumeni ke uzovala amathuba amaningi womsebenzi ukuthi abantu bathola umsebenzi. Iningi labantu abakhulumile la ngiyathemba nje ukuthi abanawo umsebenzi okwamanje ngoba lo mthetho osivivinyo wona uhlose ukuthi ushintshe ingcazelo yawo yokuthi noma wandise ukuthi uma bakhuluma ngokubhemela ngaphakathi noma endaweni zomphakathi ukuthi ke kwandiswe njengoba kokubhaliwe lapho. Okunye futhi indaba yamaphakethe njengoba abhaliwe nokuthi kungakhangiswa lapho kuthengiswa khona nokuthi kulawulwe lezi ndlela ke za le machine esetshenziswa ukubhema. Kanti ke kucacile nje ukuthi uhulumeni azange abukisise imiphumela ezoba khona kulemboni, imiphumela engemihle nemthelela engemihle kulemboni enginikeze umsebenzi. Uzakwethu nje ubizwa umkhulu izolo lokhu nje wayengitshela ukuthi uma engibona nje ubona ithemba lekusasa eliqhakazile. Manje lo mthetho sivivinya njengoba uza nje ngibona ngathi ke uzoba nomthelelo omubi kulemboni futhi abantu abaningi bazolahlekelwa imisebenzi.
Hello, I greet everyone here. My name is Precious. I'm from Best Valley in Johannesburg. I'm standing here as a mother. I oppose the bill. I'm against the bill completely. I'll just relate on a short story that happened. I lost my job earlier this year, around May. When I lost my job, I lost hope completely. I didn't know what to do or where to go or where to run to. They said there is this, the UIF, I need to apply for it. It took forever for it to come through. So I had one option, to sell these cigarettes. When I sell these 2 packets of cigarettes, I can provide food for my children. I've got 2 children. The young one is epileptic, the other one is 16-year-old. I had to put bread on their table because when they are coming back at home, they are looking me in my eyes. Mommy, we are hungry. I cannot say to them, I don't have food, I don't have job. The problem here is not tobacco. The problem, government needs to provide job for us. Government needs to secure us. Government needs to educate people about tobacco and the use of tobacco. We should not just impose law on people. We need to teach our people on how these things are used and how are they going to affect our lives. Thank you.
Mina igama lami uPrecious ngumama wabantwana babili. Mina ithi ngiqale ngokuthi ngiyawuphikisa lo mthetho osivivinywa. Ngalahlekelwa umsebenzi kuwona lo nyaka ngoMay. Ngalahlekelwa ithemba ngoba ithemba ngiya nalapha ku-UIF ngithi ngiyofaka isicelo sokuthi isasibonelele ukuthi ngithola imadlana. Kwangithatha isikhathi eside ngagcina sengithengisa wona lo gwayi. Wona lo gwayi lo ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngondle izingane zami abalale badlile ngoba ke uma befika lapha ekhaya bafika babheke mina emehlweni yimina ofanele ukuthi ngiyenze ukuthi ke bakwazi ukuthi badle. Inkinga la akuyona ugwayi kodwa inkinga ukuthi lo hulumeni kufanele ukuthi yana akhe amathuba wokwenza imisebenzi, adale imisebenzi kucashwe abantu. Ngale ndaba yokusetshenziswa kwalogwayi uhulumeni kufanele ukuthi afundise abantu ngokusetshenziswa kwale mikhiqizo kagwayi, aphinde abafundise nangobungozi bokusebenzisa ugwayi. Ingakho ke mina ngithi angusekeli lo mthetho osivivinywa.
Okay. Evening everyone. My name is Khomuzo and I'm against the bill. Firstly, each and every one of us knows how harmful or disadvantage can tobacco make to a person. Our government legalized tobacco a long time ago, knowing very well that it's not good for our health. And what we should know is each and every man-made product is never be healthy to our life. In fact, it is very much disadvantage or harmful to our life. Remember that tobacco is playing a very huge role to our economy. We are now facing a radical predicament of high unemployment rate. So we should stop comparing South Africa with other countries like UK and US because those are developed countries. So lastly, I want to say we should stop being captured and our government should make sure that they strengthen the rules and regulations because now we are overcrowded with foreign nationals
Who knows that some of them, they are the ones who are not following the rules? We are having smoke zones, but most of them are just smoking anywhere. Thank you.
Igama lami uKhomotso mina ngiyaphikisana nalo mthetho osivivinywa yebo siyazi ukuthi ke ugwayi noma imikhiqizo yogwayi inobungozi kodwa uhulumeni wayivumela wayifaka ibe semthethweni kudala bekazi ukuthi kukhona ubungozi obukhona lapho njengoba sazi ukuthi into eyenziwe umuntu kuyenzeka ukuthi ke kube nephutha ingakho ke siyavuma ukuthi ize kukhona ubungozi kodwa kufanele ukuthi sibheke nakolinye ihlangothi ukuthi iyona isisekelo somnotho wethu ngoba ke bakhokha intela futhi baqasha nabantu abaningi kakhulu engikushoyo ukuthi ke ngicela uhulumeni wethu ukuthi angasiqhathanisi namanye amazwe athuthukile afana no-UK ngoba isimo sethu sihlukile kwesabo ngicela ukuthi uhulumeni ayeke ukuthi ke athambele ukuthi aqhwagwe amanye amazwe ngoba siyabona khona manje ukuthi abantu ababuya ngaphandle yibo ke abakhona la abahweba ngawona logwayi lo ongekho semthethweni kwazi bani ukuthi ke yibona abenza ukuthi ke lo mthetho uletho lapha kwethu.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Esther. I'm from the Cancer Association of South Africa. So I am in support of the bill, and I'm not going to speak for the majority, but for the people who don't have a voice. We keep stating the obvious. We already know how harmful smoking is on an individual, not just in the individual, but everybody around the smoking. I have a big fear, and it's an equal fear that is shared among the members in my family. I have an asthmatic mother. Her life, it is greatly affected and impacted by this because we're not just, when we leave the house, we can't live at our own pleasure. It's a day-to-day fight and struggle of where we go. Will she be safe? As we have to make sure that she's not in a place that has a lot or too much smoke. Not only from burnt things, but people smoke everywhere. So this is a constant fear. We have to make sure that she's safe. And we can already tell that the majority of people, especially those that are against the bill, if my mother was to have an asthmatic attack, would they be able to help her out? While we're on the topic of smoke-free areas, if companies were to be fined and arrested for pollution or populating or not taking proper care of the way that they dispose their waste, it is considered harmful to the environment and mostly to the people. So with that being said, just the very act of lighting a cigarette, that is already harmful to the environment and the people around it. So if companies can be fined for something that is illegal, why then should we entertain that smoking is a right around people? We're not fighting for anything big or that companies should be shut down. We're just fighting for smoke-free areas. At least I can go out with my mother to a place that I know that we're safe. So in conclusion, if smoking is self-harm for the individual and the body, it's basically air pollution for the rest of the environment. How then will it not affect those that are around the individual that is smoking? People like my mother can smell smoke a mile away, and it immediately starts affecting her. How can we not fight for a cleaner environment? Thank you.
Igama lami Esther ngibuya ku Cancer Association okuyinhlangano esebenza ngokunqanda nokulekelela labo abaphethwe yilesifo somdlavuza. Ugwayi wona uyingozi kakhulu ingakho ke mina ngithi ngiyawusekela lo mthetho osivivinywa ngoba abantu abaningi bayathinteka kulokhu. Umama wami uphethwe i-asthma kanti impilo inzima ilikhulu kakhulu kuye ngoba uma sihamba kufanele ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi uphephile la khona, siqinisekise ukuthi ke kuleyo ndawo akhona ngeke kube khona intuthu ngoba lokho kuba nomthelela kulokugula kwakhe. Yingakho ngithi mina ke ngiyawusekela lo mthetho ukuthi njengoba kukhulunywa ukuthi kukhona ezinye izindawo la kungabhenyelwa khona. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke kuyinto efanele ukuthi iyenzeke ngaleyo ndlela futhi nokuthi izinkampani ezikhiqiza ugwazi ngalobungozi ingakho ngicabanga ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi zihlawuliswe ngoba akubi nomthelela kubantu kuphela kodwa nakumvelo yonkana. Ingakho ke mina ngithi ngiyawusekela lo mthetho sivivinywa. Ngiyabonga.
Good evening. My name is Justice from Gauteng. I think a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said. So I'm just going to ask you, my authorities, a question. How are you going to control it now? How are you going to control it now? I suggest you go back to the table and you redraft this, or you cancel it altogether. And another thing, there was an argument earlier whereby someone was saying people were smoking outside. I think those people who were smoking amongst non-smokers. But then do we have designated smoking zones for smokers to enjoy their cigarettes? I don't think so. So I suggest you rethink this and
Ngiyawuphikisa lo mthetho sivivinywa ngoba nami ngiyabhema. Inkinga yaqala ngendaba ye-COVID lapho nahluleka khona ukulawula isimo. Nizokwenza njani ke manje? Ngakho engikuhlongozayo ukuthi ake sibuyele emuva siyowugaya futhi lo mthetho sibone ukuthi singawushintsha kuphi noma siwukhansele ngokuphelele ngoba ngeke usebenze. Kunomuntu okhulume ngabantu abebebhema ngaphandle. Labo bantu bebebhema phakathi kwabantu abangabhemi. Kodwa asinazi indawo zokubhema lapho abantu bengabhemela khona. Ngakho ngiyaphikisa lo mthetho sivivinywa.
Good evening, my name is Ingrid Bame and I'm from the National Council Against Smoking and I am in full support of the bill. I think one thing that a lot of people who have come up on the stage have spoken about how the bill is going to ban smoking or ban the sale of cigarettes. We know that that is untrue. The bill does not talk about that. However, what I do want to talk about is the importance of how it is that we need to protect young people. We need to protect our children as they're coming up because we don't want them to fall into the trap that most of our adults have fallen into in the years of them being addicted to cigarettes. And when we look at it currently right now in South Africa, there aren't any regulations in place with regards to electronic delivery systems. These products have been on the market for quite some time, but with them being on the market, we're seeing that people can easily access them because there aren't any regulations, there aren't any rules in place. We're also hearing that, that they talk about how e-cigarettes are used as a way to help people to stop smoking. However, if that is the case, why is it that when they do sell their products come in different types of flavors, they come in different kinds of products, different kinds of colors, I mean, and then these are attractive to young people. The take-up of smoking in the country right now, young people are smoking hookah pipes, young people are smoking e-cigarettes. This is the new product in the market. And if it isn't regulated, then we are putting them at harm's way. And this is why it's important for the government to ensure that they protect young people as opposed to just letting live in a country that's lawless, in a country that does not regulate. We're not saying that things are going to get stopped completely, but we need to have some form of regulation. Also, I also want to address the fact that when we look at point of sale, if we're talking about these products that are looking so attractive, when you, as someone who was a young person who started smoking e-cigarettes, and then from that you've moved to cigarettes, you are possibly maybe going through the journey of trying to stop to smoke, you go into a supermarket, all you see is tobacco products in front of you. What does that mean? You need to choose between bread or cigarettes, and that's what people do. They end up choosing cigarettes over feeding their families. So one thing that we also need to look at is the fact that currently in our enclosed areas, we have a 25% smoking area. What about people like us who don't smoke? Why must we be exposed to tobacco smoke and tobacco harm if I'm not a smoker? So I must accommodate someone who smokes, and not as someone who doesn't smoke, I must put my life in danger and put my health in danger because of that. That's why it is important for us to have 100% smoke-free indoor and public spaces in order for us to protect people that don't smoke. The majority of South Africans don't smoke. Let's choose to protect them and not protect smokers. Thank you.
Igama lami Ingrid Bame, ngivela ku National Council Against Smoking. Okokuqala nje ngiyawusekela lo mthetho osivivinywa ngoba awuhloselwe ukuthi uvale indaba yokubhema, kodwa kufanele kube nomthetho ukuze sivikele izingane nentsha. Uma umthetho ungekho njengoba ungekho njengamanje ezintweni zama electronic isetshenziswayo, lokhu kudala inkinga. Kuyekuthiwe ama e-cigarette asetshenziswa ukusiza abantu ukuthi baye kugwayi, kodwa uma etholakala ngembala ehlukahlukene ngama flavor ahlukahlukene kukhanga izingane, kuyisiza kanjani lenkinga? Kumanje izingane ezisenkingeni ngoba zibhema ihuka okuyinkinga enkulu kakhulu. Ngakho ikhambi la ngeke litholakale mhlawumbe, kodwa kufanele kube nemthetho ngoba ngisho naseyindaweni zokuthengisa abantwana bakhangwa ilembala ehlukahlukene yalezi zinto esisebenzayo, bese abantu bekhetha ukuthenga ugwayi kunokuthi bathenge isinkwa. Thina abantu esingabhemi sibekwa kuphi? Ingabe njalo kufanele samukele abantu abafuna ukubhema? Iningi labantu baseNingizimu Afrika ababhemi, ngakho ke ake sizame ukubasekela nabo, impilo yabo ibalekile. Ngiyabonga.
Is this working? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Ngokwana and I'm from the SAMRC, and thank you so much for this opportunity. And Chairperson, the first thing that I really want to say is that I truly empathize with our people today. Unemployment is such a painful reality in this country, and people will honestly do anything for money. And if I was in the same shoes, I don't know, I might probably do the same thing. But what is more painful today is to be in a state where our people are lied to so that they protect their business interest. Ever since I got here, the only thing I've been hearing is BAT this, BAT that, retrenchment, BAT is leaving. What a traumatic mind games. And I feel for our parents and breadwinners in this province. The truth is, even if there is no illicit, the tobacco industry will not hesitate to retrench, to replace our operational costs, and declare more profit to shareholders, mostly in America, not in South Africa, and in Britain, leaving our very hardworking parents to continue begging for the minimum and to continue working for them daily. One person mentioned that they have been working for BAT since 1976. And my question is, who is rich? Of all those people who have been working for this industry, who is rich? Who owns this industry? Who owns a farm today as we speak? No one, honestly, they cannot come here. You know why? Because the BAT will quickly swallow you up. The business will not even start, it will not stand, because you cannot compete with them. That is unfortunately the truth. Now, I want to speak about my recent visit to a place called Bela Bela. It is a forever resort, and it's a recreational area that is full of all age ranges. And you know, one of the things that they said was that there's no smoking and there is no drinking alcohol. To my surprise, people were freely vaping as if it's not smoking, it's nothing. And for me, that's a serious concern, because today we're also hearing another narrative of harm reduction. But how do you use a harm reduction or a cessation tool that will lead people to be dual users? That is what research is showing us. Now, my take here is, Chairperson, this tobacco industry, okay, so my take here is this tobacco industry and this nicotine businesses. Okay, I will still repeat.
Hold on, I will see who's the next one who wants to be put out of the meeting.
Okay.
So let me hear people shouting again. I am my own timekeeper. I will give you 30 seconds now because of that. Please continue.
Okay. Now, my take here is that these tobacco or nicotine legal businesses, they don't want to have rules. They don't want to be regulated, period. There's nothing else. And in my opinion, Chairperson, and I'm concluding, discussing, and this is my opinion in my show, now discussing a public health bill with stakeholders such as BAT and their friend groups, it's actually conflict of interest. Thank you so much.
Princess. Igama lami Princess, ngiyezolana kakhulu nabantu ngenxa yesimo somsebenzi. Kodwa okungizwisa ubuhlungu kakhulu ukuthi abantu bakithi bakhohlisiwe ngoba selokhu siqalile lo mhlangano ebengikuzwa nje abantu bebethi BAT kunjeya bebika izinto ezihlukahlukene. Kodwa uma bekungenzeka lezi nkampani zogwayi ziyabadiliza abantu emsebenzini ngoba zifuna ukuthi abanikazi bamasheya bakwazi ukuthola inzuzo. Ngakho akunamsebenzi ukuthi ugwayi uyavalwa noma cha, lokhu bekuzokwenzeka. Omunye utext ukela ngo1976 besebenzela iBAT, kodwa umsebenzi manje umbuzo ukuthi bangaki abacebile kubona, bangaki abanamabhizinisi axhumayo kulabo bantu. Ngeke kwenzeke ngoba iBAT ingabavala bonke labo bantu ngoba ayifuni ukuba nezimbangi. Ngangisepilabhila ngokudlule endaweni okwakuthiwa akubhenywa kuyo akuphuzwa, kodwa abantu babesebenzisa i-vaping kuleyo ndawo. Ngakho abantu abafuna ukutshela ukuthi inkinga ikuphi. Inkampani ezenza ugwayi ezisebenza ngenicotine aziyifuni imithetho, yileyo inkinga ekhona. Mina ngiyaweseka lo mthetho sivivinyo.
Sanibonani, igama lami Grace Babalwa, umama womntwana okhubazekile ongasebenzi oyi-single parent. So ugwayi ngiya-reject ukuthi uvalwe ngoba uyasisiza thina abomama. Ngoba asisebenzi masuthengisa singenisa ukudla endlini abantwana ukuthi balale bedlile. Labantwana bayadla. So uma ungasebenzi uyi-single parent uphila nengane ekhubazekile, yiyo impilo esiphila ngayo lokudayisa ugwayi. Ngiyabonga ngeke ngibe mude.
My name is Grace. I'm a mother of a child with disabilities. I reject the bill because selling cigarettes has always helped me to support my child who is has a disability, and therefore I reject this bill.
Good evening. Last but certainly not least, my name is Kurcho. I'm from Benoni. And I'm a father, I'm a husband, and I'm a former smoker. I smoked for 20 years, and at the height of my cigarette smoking, I smoked 40 a day. I've lost both my parents to smoking, and I tried to quit smoking for 10 years. But 10 years ago, I picked up flavored nicotine vapes, and I haven't touched.
Ladies in the middle, you have a speaker on the floor. Can we allow him to speak so we can hear him? Please continue.
10 years ago, I picked up flavored nicotine vapes. And within 3 days, I quit smoking. The interesting thing is that what we've just heard recently now from the National Council Against Smoking, South African Medical Research Council, is that it doesn't help. And flavors don't help, they're there to attract. But in fact, they did help. They certainly have helped. And it's not only my experiences and my stories, but it's the stories that we've collected as a movement in South Africa, Vaping Saved My Life, where over thousands of individuals have claimed were smokers and now are no longer smoking because of vaping products. But let's look past that, and let's look at the Cochrane Review. Since 2012, the Cochrane Systematic Live Review has highlighted that these products are probably the most successful smoking cessation aid out there. They're not only the most popular, but they are the most successful. And the very most recent update has indicated that with high certainty they are. But I even quit smoking when the Royal College of Physicians had indicated that there's unlikely to be a 5% risk or harm, long-term harm, when compared to smoking cigarettes. Royal College of Physicians, Public Health England. Since 2016, every year for the next 8 years, they highlighted that vaping is significantly less harmful than smoking. However, this bill does not distinguish the difference between combustible tobacco and electronic delivery systems. This is problematic because we are treating something that could very well be a solution as part of the problem. And I can agree with everybody in this room, we need to protect our kids. But let's highlight some of the issues here. In 2008, the amendment of the tobacco bill specifically said we will protect the sale of tobacco products to under 18. We now have a booming tobacco problem amongst that same cohort. In 2012, only 12% of people between the ages of 15 and 24 were smoking cigarettes. In 2021, when South African Medical Research Council released their Global Adult Tobacco Survey, the first time they've ever done it in this country, it's 23.9%. What is the correlation here? There's a very strong correlation with the illicit cigarette trade, because in 2009, it was calculated by REAP, UCT, that it only consisted of 2% of the market. It's now sitting at 54% of the market. Very strong correlation. And I agree with what Dr. Kosi-Lapa had said earlier, and I really hope you take it to heart, is that there are millions of us that wanted to quit smoking, but just could not. And that's where harm reduction comes in. And that's what we need. Thank you.
Igama lami uKhethiyo waseBinoni, ngingubaba, ngingumnumzane, ubaba womuzi. Ngangibhema ngaphambilini nabazali bami babulawa ugwayi, kodwa eminyakeni eyishumi edlule ngawuyeka ugwayi. Kungakapheli izinsuku nje ezintathu ngakwazi ukuyeka ngokuphelela ugwayi ngabe ngasasebenzisa, kodwa okwangisiza i-vaping ngoba ucwaningo lwenziwa ngo-2012 lwabonisa ukuthi i-vaping empeleni iyaphumelela ekusizeni abantu ukuthi bayeke ugwayi. Nodokotela nabo bayasho ukuthi umonakalo ongadaleka uma umuntu esebenzisa i-vaping mncane kakhulu uma uqhathaniswa nogwayi ongokoqobo. Ngakho kufanele sihlukanise ugwayi oshiswayo ushunqe kanye nogwayi obhenywa ngama-electronic. Kunomehluko lapho ngoba uma kungenjalo singase sithathe ukuthi into eyisixazululo iyona eyinkinga. Ucwaningo olwenziwe libonisa ukuthi kusukela ngo-2012 kuya ku-2021 isibalo siyasanda kusukela ku-12% kuya ku-23.9% sabantu abasebenzisa ugwayi ngenxa yemboni kagwayi engekho emthethweni. Lolu cwaningo lubonisa ukuthi ibalo ziyezakhula kakhulu zaba ngaphezulu ka-50%. Ngivumelana noDr. Ukhosi ukuthi into kufanele incishiswe yingozi yalezi zinto, hayi ukuthi kuvalwe yonke into okuyileyo nkinga ngalomthetho sivivinywa. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Very much to everyone who played a role today.
Sibonga wonke umuntu okuze kube manje.
I want to thank all of you who came today to come and give your input on the bill.
Ngifisa ukunibonga nonke nifikile namhlanje ukuthi nizoveza izimvo zenu ngalomthetho sivivinywa.
I want to thank everyone who has provided some service here today.
Ngifisa ukubonga bonke abanye abayabasiza ngezinsiza ukuze sibe nalomhlangano namuhla.
It has been a bit of a difficult day.
Kube usuku oluthande ukubanzinyana.
And really, I think the people of Lesedi should really be concerned that they didn't behave as well as they should have.
Ngicabanga ukuthi abantu baseLesedi kufanele bakhathazeke ngokuthi abazange baziphathe ngendlela bekufanele baziphathe ngayo.
But I'm really hoping that tomorrow we're going to Western area.
Sasa ke siyadlula siye Western area.
On the West Rand.
Ngalena ngase West Rand.
And you're all very welcome again, Executive Mayor. Thank you very much for staying all the time and participating.
Siyabonga kakhulu kumphathi dolobha ngokuthi ube khona naye wombiqhaza.
And the members of the portfolio committee, we can't do this work with each and everyone, without each and every one of us.
Namalungu portfolio committee besingeke sikwazi ukwenza lo msebenzi ngaphandle kweqhaza lenu ninonke.
So travel safely.
Ngakho sicela nihambe ngokuphepha.
We'll see some of you again tomorrow.
Sizobonana futhi kuze kube kusasa.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlangano usuvaliwe.